Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. I hope you guys are as excited as I am for today. Admittedly, I might be a little bit nervous, but that's just because I'm afraid that I'm going to fuck something up and cause everything to be delayed, but everything should be on schedule. And to those of you who are just now joining us that are not aware of why today is so exciting, is this Metroid music? Good question. I don't think so. This is Nocturnal by Owl Vision and Wave Shaper. I'll go ahead and share a link to that song in chat. Hi, Ninji. Yeah, this is just a random retro wave playlist that I had found forever ago, and just every once in a while I'll just pop it on because it's mostly background music. Moss in parentheses, spooky. No, hopefully you guys will get all of the spookiness next week. I am very sorry about how behind schedule I am on everything. Usually I would have the whole stream decked out with Halloween stuff by now, but just really been falling behind so far this year. But there's plenty of spooky month in store for us. How are you doing? I am doing fucking fantastic, Q. How about you? Today is going to be a nice and relaxing sort of day. I don't actually have anything specific picked out to work on other than I know I want to try and finish up Eclipse's texture, which is what we will start off with once we get through the initial excitement of the day. I was supposed to accompany Rin and Salem to the vet, but I got sick in literally last moment. Aww. Ninji, now you need a vet, but for people. Otherwise known as a doctor. But I hope both you and Salem are doing better soon. It gets spookier by the second, don't worry. I mean, I do have one little trick I can do that is a bit spooky, although not intended. You guys want multi-armed raptor? Arachnophobia raptor? Here we go. I've got all the arms. I have just a million of them. That's the combination of all of my toggles at once. We've had the spookiest thing this week, a boatload of scuff. We sure have. I still haven't updated my OBS because of all of the fear behind that from what I've seen it doing to everybody else. Hi, friendly. How are you? I'm doing great. How about you? I was going to learn how to give him insulin injections. He's got the beatus. Just remembered that I didn't have anything to eat. Girl, go eat! Feast queen? What about no arms? I don't have a toggle for no arms. But that's mostly because the nub of my elbow is quite disturbing to see without the forearm. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I don't like to see my own art sans the line work. So if I ever see anything, like I've never tried to do a lineless style. I should. It does make me sad that I didn't have much time to be super creative prior to this month, but if anything, it just gives us an excuse to do more stuff like that during the month. Some of you who were with me for last year's October, I did have a costume. I was Freddy Fazbear. I may end up pulling that one out for until I'm able to finish up a new costume this year. But I do have the shadow hoodie slash onesie that I had started and did not finish in time for when I wanted it done. That might be the one that I pick up this time around. If anything, it'll be fun and cozy for wintertime too. Doing decent, doing more writing for my AU. I love a little AU angst here. Fuck yeah! Cool, getting a side ad for Depends. I'm not that old. Well, we've got a little bit of time here to kill before these videos premiere, and they're going to premiere in a certain order. We're going to watch them live here, but I would also like to encourage you guys to go over to the YouTube links themselves and get the views on the videos themselves so that they can... Wait! Hello, Void! But yeah, I will link them in the chat as we get closer to that 5-minute mark. How's Frag? How is chat? How is chat? I can't, because it got... Oh, because I go to make something, I'll get yelled at about how I'm making a mess. I should have eaten something earlier, because it's gone 10 p.m. and I'd rather be hungry than deal with that mess. Oof. I completely get what you mean by that, Q. I'm sorry that you're going through that. That was lagged? Uh-oh, am I lagging for all of you? They redeemed that a whole minute ago? Oh, no. It just came up for me. Well, that'll be interesting. That's the fun thing about Twitch. It's kind of like a blind bag. You just never know what different types of scuff you're gonna get. It's just like playing Security Breach. Not seeing much lag, and the turnaround for Redeem was pretty snappy for me. Okay, maybe it might just be on your end, Ninji. It's a pretty large lag spike on stream. Oh. Wait. Void made stream assets and started an Arttober prompt list. Fuck yeah! Actually, who else has been doing any kind of Arttober thing? I just started to see stuff about that today. I know that Inktober is not a thing that we're doing anymore. But we've taken its place by taking back control over that whole thing. Give me a second, I'll put them in show and tell. Yeah, thank you! I would love to see any kind of Arttober things that any of you guys are doing. If you want to put that both in show and tell or the art channel, either one. I've fully upgraded my needle. I assume in a Silk Song. Who was it that I saw recently that just posted their cosplay of Hornet? I can't remember their name, but I've been following them for years. They've done a lot of insanely good costumes. Actually, I don't think I had replied to the comment, but I did see Rin had suggested, when I had made a post on Blue Sky a bit ago, for a model for me to do, being Hornet from Silk Song. And I was thinking about it, that probably wouldn't be too terribly hard to do. Well, let's see. Stream assets and an Orktober prompt. Prompt was for a warrior, and Leo there is a berserker barbarian type, so hey, that works. Ooh. I like this layout, Void. Oh, this is cool. This is really awesome. Please, please continue to share your Arttober stuff with us. Keep that inspiration going. You never know when one picture that you've managed to make will be enough to inspire somebody else. All right. Well, we are just about, yep, we've just hit the 5-minute mark. I'm going to go ahead and link our YouTube link for the first premiere video, which will be Dog Day. I'm going to read what you guys are saying first. Got another prompt I'm going to try and do tonight because Leo's technically was for yesterday. Oh no, see, that's where I get so like in my own head when it comes to doing Arttober type stuff. Like I'll miss one day and then I'll freak out and then I'll be like 2 days behind and I'll try and do all of them in like one day and then I overwhelm myself and burn out and then I'm too scared to ever do it again. I'm going to need to draw my Clockmen and my Reapers. Oh, those both sound very cool. All right, here we go. Here is our YouTube link to the first premiere video. I will link this both here and in Show and Tell. We've got a little under 5 minutes before it goes live. So real quick, just to make sure that this is going to work, I'm going to move over to our other window. We should have a full view of the video and it should be going live with us at the same time, but I just want to make sure that this is something that will work. I've never done it this way before. Okay, one small hang up. Let me move my microphone and stuff over there too so I can chat with you guys while we're watching it. Hello. There we are. We should have both my voice and our Spotify, and we should be able to hear the video once it starts playing. Void is doing great, guys. That's okay, Void. My brain fog has been so bad today as well. Like, I'm not joking over how bad it's been. I won't be surprised if we don't get a whole lot done when it comes to 3D model work today. Is the fluffy lad! Did y'all have fun playing Peak yesterday, Frag? Because not gonna lie, I passed out when y'all got back to the airport after the first run. Yes, we had a fantastic time playing Peak yesterday. I sadly never made it to the Peak. Both attempts. Both because of crashes. But it was still a hell of a good time. I really need to just start playing that game for funsies in my off time. Maybe after this weekend I'll have a little more spare time for just casual gaming. It was hilariously glitchy. I think Q was there for the beginning portions of it because Q did take some good clips for us. I need to go back and feature and share other places. I really, really appreciate it anytime that you guys take clips for things like that. Because even if you don't capture the clip itself, it helps me find that timestamp so that I can go back and do it myself if need be. I really need to incorporate some kind of like command that will automatically take a clip if we do like exclamation point clip or something like that. I think Rosie's got something like that set up. This is quite a spooky sounding song. This is Darkness by Daniel Deluxe. Oh, wow! Oh, Snake, we're not on the screen in which we can see those. I'm so sorry. But I appreciate your love bomb. We've got our premiere video of Dog Day's new avatar coming out in less than a minute here. So I do have to have the alerts off so that they don't come in the way of the screen. But again, to those who may want to be watching it live, on the actual YouTube video itself, there is our link. And I hope that the audio will come through for this. See, my level of anxiety is at the point of, like, my heart is beating in my throat over this. I'm literally counting down the seconds. Please work. Uh-oh, hold on. Let's refresh it. I see something's happening on the YouTube page. That might be a bit loud, hold on. Sorry! What? I can't hear you!
Can you speak up a little? Grandma's hearing's not quite what it used to be.
I did not know it was going to have its own little countdown, too. That's interesting. That's on YouTube's behalf. Don't do that voice, you do it too well! I mean, I lived with an 80-plus-year-old woman for over almost 10 years of my life here at some point. You get good at impersonating them after a while. Room's chilly enough I put on my push slippers. Yeah, it is pretty cold out today. Oh, our final 10 seconds. I'm gonna shut up now.
You're Pappy's angel. Come to save us. Nothing left to save. Not here. This is what he does to heretics. Lead me. Go! I'm the last of the smiling critters. rows of eyes are on you now. Watching, waiting, hungry.
Sorry, there was a little bit of overlap there, but we also have Joey's video is about to play now as well. I timed this out so well. I'm so proud. Joey's video is not nearly as long, but it will play very shortly. Awa! I'm so excited! Everything came out so good! Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Ink Bleeder?
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Snake. So, those were our premiere videos, and now everything should be fully available in the Ko-fi shop, which I will link right now. Thank you guys so much. Maybe one day I'll have you do an original avatar for me. In the future, potentially, I'm leaning towards taking my first avatar commission outside of immediate friend group, but comfort zone, you know. I think after I get a couple of these models completely done to join Dog Day and Doey here, because I know Sun is not very far behind. We're going to be working on him in just a few minutes here, trying to get him completely caught up so that only the Unity work needs to be done. I don't know if I'll be doing any Unity work today, because today is really just a matter of feeling it out and seeing what I want to work on and where. Barco would be proud. I'm proud of you. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy to finally be able to check these off of my to-do list and mark them as done. I won't be in chat for too long because tired very much. Completely understandable, Sleepy. Living up to that name again. And let me go ahead and put the link to... I think I forgot to link Doey's video. I did. I'll link the video first and then the shop. Over in the Discord. But there we are. And the shop grows a little bit more. I'd definitely like to see your take on my Vaporwave Cheetah persona. See, that's the one thing I'm a little bit hesitant on, is because a lot of the models that I've been doing haven't really been typical furry kind of body types and whatnot. And while I know I can do them, I'm just not as intimately familiar with doing a furry style model. I want to try and do... I don't know. I want to get a little bit more comfortable with that first. I'm so eepy, so see ya. Have a nice stream and good day. Thank you for stopping by, Sleepy. And have a good sleep. And Beck went and reheated some lasagna from yesterday because I decided I didn't care if they moaned at me. Good, Q. Prioritize you. Big stretch. And I accidentally bopped my dog when I did that. Hi, baby. Hello, Pumpkin. She's extra snuggly today because it is a little bit colder out. That and we've got the house to ourselves today. And you think, Bronx? Yeah? A little bit cold out? I'm glad that it's finally hoodie weather. I like to live out of a hoodie. To be honest, I'm in the same boat. Furries are deceptively difficult. Yes! Like, I feel like I've got an okay grasp of it, and then I'll sit and try and do an anthro head, like furry, like, I don't know, like Freddy. And he looks fine from the front and from the side, but then something about the 3/4 always seems a little bit off. Means I can cycle my now 2 band hoodies and my Urple hoodie. I'm very much a stickler with hoodies, though. I can't stand a pullover hoodie. I want one that zips up. I want to be able to, like, evacuate the body of clothing as soon as possible, as soon as I need to, because the moment that I realize I'm too hot, it's already too late. It needs to shed. Speaking of band hoodies, Sleep Token was was this weekend and was fucking fantastic. Fuck yeah! Same. It's the snoot. Yeah, it's always something in the snoot. Now, I've done I've got a current furry model that I am working on, or that I at least started and have not touched for quite a while, but it's an oriental short hair cat. And I'm actually very happy with how that one's turned out. I finally hit a roadblock on it when I was trying to add fluff to it, because I realized I was getting way too many polygons and I just didn't like how chunky it was getting. But I really did like how that face came out, and I think I just need to do like a practice sculpt to get more familiar with it again. That, and I also need to allow myself to be more comfortable doing more chibi style things. I have a bad habit of zooming in very close on my models and then hyper-focusing on some really obscure tiny detail like the corner of a tear duct. Something that literally no one but me is going to see or care about. Question, had a funny occur during my stream earlier. Would you want to see? And if so, where would you want me to put it? Absolutely, Void. If you'd like to, I don't know if it's like a clip or something, but you can share it in the clips and highlights channel if you would like. Or just show and tell. Show and tell is generally where anything that we talk about during the stream itself goes. Actually, that does remind me too. Tomorrow we are starting our fucking spooky movies out of the month of October. Sorry, I couldn't remember what I was going to call it, and I don't think I ever actually decided on calling it anything. But we'll come up with a name for it. But we're going to be doing 2 movies every Friday. Wait! Hello, Taku. I think I saw your message earlier and just forgot to acknowledge it. I am so sorry about that. It's a clip. I wasn't sure if the clips channel was only for your stream or for anyone's stream. Yeah, it can be anyone's. I really don't give a shit. It's the place where funny little videos from streams go. If they're not mine, that's still okay, because they make people laugh. It spreads joy. That's all I want for it. Let's take a look-see at this clip. The layout says no. That's very cute. But I do follow you, right? Let me see. I thought so. I really want to try and catch more of y'all's streams. I've been trying to tune in more frequently. My bad for sending you Deltarune memes. Oh, no, you're good, hon. I just don't have much time to get to my DMs very often anymore. All right. Hey, Bronx, no. Yeah, you went from being cuddly to being burdensome, because now you're trying to get into garbage. Can you come lay down again? Either that or go get a toy baby. But you're going to have to behave today. You think you can do that? Can you be a good girl? Thank you. Good girl. I stream at really weird times. Gonna try and be a little more regular this month at least, with October and all. Yeah. Your stream is on your terms. It's on your schedule. It does help to grow an audience to have it on a set routine schedule, but, you know, life works around different schedules. You gotta do what works for you. Right. Okay. Sorry. We were talking about the movies for Fridays. So we're going to do movie nights now in the Discord. Every Friday, 2 movies. every Friday out of October. That's 10 movies by the end, because there's a lot of Fridays on October. Although I don't know if we're going to be doing one on Halloween Day. That might be occupied. We will see how it goes. But we are also going to be taking requests for movies. So please, if you are going to be hanging out with us today, I'll put a little message across the screen. But I would love for you guys to suggest some movies that you would like to watch that kind of match up with our spooky month theme. I'm looking for a good variety of things that you guys would like to see. We're going to be doing these movies both in the Discord and on VRChat. So if you would like to join us on VRChat, that is perfectly fine. You can invite your friends. We don't care. It's going to be a group moderated instance. The only thing that we do request is that you are kind to each other, to whoever is there. That if you bring a friend, they are also going to be kind and respectful to each other. And that you don't talk all the way through the movie. A little jib-jab is okay, but we want to be considerate of everyone, including those who have not seen these movies before. Scream. I'd like to watch the original Ring. Let me go ahead and start adding these to my list, too. Because I've got several that I have kind of pulled aside myself to gauge interest and see if anyone would be interested in them. We've got Scream. And don't worry, they're not all going to be R-rated slasher, horror, big name scares or anything like that. We're going to be throwing in some cozy stuff too. There's going to be some cute, some creepy, some all over the place. Scary movie. I haven't seen any of the scary movies, I don't think. So I do have to request one thing from those who do know the movies. Is that appropriate? Like the I know that's a weird question, but like, is that appropriate in terms of like, I know racial humor is a thing, and I know that like offensive humor is a thing, and I would like to try and stay a little bit away of that stuff because it's just kind of not the brand that I like to indulge in. I don't know how some of the humor may have aged on some of the scary movies because I have a feeling there might have been some not so cool jokes for modern times. But I'm completely ignorant to that because I've never watched them. I don't actually know. FNAF is on the list, yes. So just because I've got it on the list doesn't mean we're going to watch it. I might go ahead and put some of them up for like a vote for some nights. I've got things like Sweeney Todd, Corpse Bride, Little Shop of Horrors. I've got Monster House, Scooby-Doo, Scare School and the Reluctant Werewolf, Scary Godmother 1 and 2. I've got the FNAF movie on there. I haven't had a chance to go through some of the more like quote-unquote adult, not friendly movies. Spin the Wheel of Movies. That's a good idea. Let me write that down. So there was an announcement in the server. I added an announcement category, so hopefully everybody was able to see it. If not, let me know. And if there were any issues or anything, I know that Kirk unfortunately had a ping that was going off nonstop, and I'm not sure why that was happening. I would love to watch, but I don't. We're going to have to devote a full Friday to that because there's a part 1 and a part 2. And depending on if it's the original or the newest, they're long movies. Maybe we'll do that as a double feature, though. Now, I won't always be the one hosting it either. Rosie and Spooka have stepped in and volunteered to occasionally host one of these movie nights as well. Especially because this is something that I would love to continue doing after Spooky Month. Maybe not every Friday, but at least one Friday a month. What? Hello! Hi, Selfish Kaiju.
Selfish
Welcome.
Kaiju has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
Welcome, welcome. We're just going over our plans for tomorrow and the rest of the month here, where we're going to be doing spooky movies throughout the month of October. Let's get you a shout out here. How was your stream, Selfish? Related note, Frag, if you need, I am happy to volunteer myself for acquisition of movies. I appreciate that. I've got a couple streaming services myself, but we also have access to a secret place that we are able to watch movies from. We won't worry about it too much. Resi and Spooka are good beans. They absolutely are good beans. Remember that A Quiet Place was a rather interesting movie. That is true. I liked that one a lot. Actually reminded me of another one, The Village, which is a much older one. I don't know how people rank that one. That's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. You're going to be doing Silence of the Lambs. I will be certainly adding it to our list. There are very few movies that are completely out of the question. I know that some things that we go for are potentially gonna have triggers that will bother some people, and that's why anytime that we are doing a movie that does have any sort of triggers like that whatsoever, I will be including the doesthedogdie.com page. If you're not familiar, Does the Dog Die is a website that will let you know of varying triggers in varying movies, games, other things like that. It is all community-based, so if you want to be a part of it and help support it, and the community that is very thankful for it, anytime that you watch a movie, you can just hop on there real quick and go and fill out any triggers that you happen to have noticed throughout the movie or add more information to them. It's very helpful. It's been a really, really good resource. I'm not sponsored or anything to talk about them. I just really like to use that site for my own personal comfort. I think that it is a very generous tool. It's very good for trying to make sure that you're going into a movie spoiler-free, but aware of what to anticipate if something is a very sensitive topic for you. Death of a Unicorn. That is definitely one that I've been wanting to watch. Movie's wild. It looked like it from the trailers. It looked very interesting. Better than I expected, but what the fuck? Nah, I'm glad. I want more violent unicorns. I mean, when you think about it, why else would it have a horn other than to stab people with? Trying to think of the other horror films that I've watched. I don't know if I would join for it, but what about Alien, the first one, not the others? Spook has actually been on a huge Predator kick this last year. So maybe we'll have Spooka host an Alien and a Predator movie one night. We'll do a double feature or something. Horror movies that don't take themselves too seriously are pretty good. Yeah. Have you watched Killers of Killers yet? Actually, I've never even heard of that one. Oh, okay. That's the new animated one. Is this the series or is it all a movie? Movie. Okay. Yeah, they had actually I've seen literally like the last 2 minutes of this one. Because my friends were watching it and I was taking a really long time to do my nightly wrap up with things. So by the time that I was able to join them, it was literally the very end. I really, really like the art style of it though. It looks amazing. Hi, Bronx. You've decided now, of all times, that you're going to be bored and need my attention? I'm sorry, baby. Oh, yep, you got a drink. Thank you for bringing the rest of it here. I just reached down to pet her and she just put like a big puddle of water in my palm. She's one of those dogs that whenever she takes a drink, she's just got to bring part of the mouthful of water with her away from the water fountain. Go on, baby, go lay down. Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta work. All right, we got a little bit less than 10 minutes before our next ad break. So we'll continue to brainstorm on movie ideas and such for now. And then we will move over to Blender and start chipping away at some of the work for the day. I know one movie that I would really like to watch with y'all, or just in general. It's called Oculus. If I remember correctly, it's a movie about a haunted mirror. Yeah, that's the right one. I don't remember hardly anything from it, but the mirror was haunted, and anytime they tried to break the mirror, it like caused them to hallucinate things that were doing harm to themselves. But it was like a mindfuck kind of movie. Apparently, the mirror from that movie has continued to make appearances in that producer's other horror films, thus further fueling the lore of the evil mirror. Hey, Fo. Got any horror movies you'd like to suggest for us for the month of October? Mirrors, yes! We've got to do that one. Maybe we'll do Oculus and Mirrors together, since they're both kind of about haunted mirrors. Thought it would be about a haunted VR headset, because Oculus is the name of the VR headset brand. Del Toro's Frankenstein? Isn't that one that they just started advertising? Is that out yet? Let's see. Global release in November. Oh, they just barely missed it. Del Toro's a good one, though. He's got some other freaky stuff we can go with. Let's see. I'd say Crimson Peak, but no. Personally, wasn't the biggest fan of that one. Guess the Hellboy movies are always an option, even though they're not really Halloween. They're kind of spooky. The Shining, I know, is a classic that a lot of people haven't watched, but I don't know how interested people might be in that one, so it's kind of a slow burn movie. Don't forget the classic Monster House. Don't worry, that one was already on the list. Nightmare Alley. What is that one? Psychologic thriller neo-noir. Huh. I've never even heard of that one. I'll pop it on the list to take a look at it later. Now, I know that Nope isn't really a Halloween movie or anything, but it is generally a horror. Bit of a cowboy horror. It's a shame that Rosie and Spooka aren't awake right now because I knew they wanted to join in on this conversation. Now, I've never seen Hereditary. I worry that one might be a bit too much for some folks, though. I've heard that that one's a pretty heavy movie. There's a horror movie for Bambi now. I would also love to throw in some stupid movies, too. Just something ridiculous. I love watching ridiculous movies. Like that one, The Monkey. I know that one used to scare me as a kid, but it feels so silly right now. Talking Halloween movies? Yeah, I'm taking suggestions so that we can have a good list to pick from for our Friday spooky movies. So starting this month, we will be doing movies, 2 movies every Friday for the month of October. Monster House is a favorite. Yep, Monster House is like the #1 on the list. In fact, we might have to watch that one more than once. Well, our ads are going to play in about a minute here. Hot Fuzz might be a funny one. Oh, I do love that one. We actually just watched that one recently ourselves, but I know that that one's not a very well-known movie. And would definitely fit in. That, both, and Shaun of the Dead. I never get tired of that one. Now, I personally have never seen The Nun. I can toss that one on there, but I don't know how interesting that one would be for people. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck is in the air. The fuck? There's white shit everywhere. Doing a similar thing with my community, actually. Last night we watched a bunch of Halloween and spooky cartoon specials, a lot of regular show. Oh, that's cool. I'm sorry I missed out on that. That sounds like fun. Now that I've got a Halloween bevel design, I've got to do a Halloween synapse and virulence design. Hey, that's a good idea. All right, our ads are going to start up any second here. Once they're over, we'll migrate over to our art window and start chipping away at some art for the day. Does everyone have a favorite classic Halloween horror killer? Any Freddy's versus Jason's? I always felt like a bit of an outlier, because my favorite classic Halloween character was always Chucky. Annabelle, Jeepers Creepers. Are people still upset about Jeepers Creepers? I've never seen the third one, because I know there was that whole issue about the director and all that fun stuff. Free from ad jail. That's good to know, because it just started. Favorite Halloween character is Beetlejuice. Does he count as a Halloween character? I would say so. Have you watched the newest Beetlejuice? I'll put Beetlejuice on the list. I haven't watched the new one, though. If so, then it's definitely musical Beetlejuice. Maybe we'll watch the musical then, if we can find a version of it. Because I've never seen the musical, I've only heard the songs. Because I'm a I'm a horror weenie. Most of my suggestions are kids' movies, but I know one I was suggested was Wallace and Gromit, Curse of the Were-Rabbit. That's a good one! As in, I've never seen it before. And don't worry, that's a good thing too. Like, I want to have variety. I want to have the weenie movies just as much as I want the blood splatterfest movies. The new one is great. It feels like the original. I was worried that it was going to just be too much like the original, kind of like a Finding Dory situation. Since, you know, Finding Dory is literally just Finding Nemo again, but this time Dory and nothing's different. Oh, you know what? Hotel Transylvania is always a good one. I don't know. I feel like that one might be a little overplayed. Cabin in the Woods. Love the horror aesthetic. Hate being scared. Mood. We'll definitely throw in like a Coraline or a Paranorman. First two Hotel Transylvania movies are good, but the third and fourth ones are a little too weird for my liking. I don't remember what happens in them. One of them's like on a cruise ship. Which, yeah, that definitely gets a little weird. Moss, hello there. Hope you're having an awesome stream and day today. Saw you were live and came to lurk and support. Thank you so much, Soulstone. I gotta hit you up sometime. Because Rosie keeps mentioning how she wants to do a collab with you, and I want to do that as well. I've just been super, super, super busy these last few weeks, but hopefully that will be clearing up soon. I'm thinking this might be my last super stupid busy week, at least for the next few weeks. Pumpkinhead! Pumpkinhead's one I've never seen. All I know about it is the monster from it is like top tier sexy monster material. I've got 2 of the Scooby-Doo cartoons, but I didn't think to put in the live action one. Do people actually like that one? Because I can't tell if people like it or if they just like it ironically. Either way, if you guys would be entertained by it, I'm more than happy to watch it with you. I just don't know if people genuinely like it or not. I mean, it does have Fred Willard in it. What about Unfriended? I think the entirety of that movie takes place on like a webcam Discord call. I remember in the 3rd one, they're on a cruise ship and they defeat a kraken by doing the Macarena. It's been way too long for me to know if the live action Scooby-Doos are legit good or just ironic good. This seems like the perfect opportunity for us to find that answer then. I've been typing that down. I'm thinking, who wrote that in the script? Am I even reading the right script? All right, well, this is a good starting list. I'll continue to collect more as the months go on. Well, weeks go on, that's what I meant. But I think we'll have an easy time tomorrow with picking out a movie. And again, as a quick reminder, we will be streaming the movie both in our Discord, in the movies channel, like we did back when we were watching the Spy Kids movies. We will also be streaming them most likely from VRChat as well. Either I will be on desktop streaming it or on headset streaming it. I'm not sure which, it just depends. Most likely desktop though, if I'm the one who's broadcasting. But I encourage everyone who would like to join us both in the server and on VR if that is your fancy. You don't have to have VR or a headset to be able to join on VRChat. VRChat is a free game. It's available on Steam. And that all being said, I think we're going to go ahead and move to our regular artsy layout and start working on some art for the day. Why am I so tiny? Why? I've been moved. I think my whole layout has been moved out of place. I noticed Popple was not where he was supposed to be earlier. Hold on, let me find myself and adjust. That's probably fine. I think SiriBot got stuck. Oh yeah, isn't that one ghost pumpkin carving game online again? Hmm? Not sure what you're talking about, Q. Wait! Thank you for the boop, Katie. Yeah, something is definitely a little off about my positioning. I don't know if I bumped the folder or something that had all of these things, but oh well. It'll sort itself out. So, I had opened up Adam today to take a look at where I left off on him. He's one that I had come very close to finishing the actual modeling portion of. No, he does not have a lower half. I didn't bother with that because he doesn't have one canonically in the show, at least that we know of. And last time I had been working on him, I had made his guitar. And this was based off of the card art. I know he's got a couple different ones, but this is the one that I liked more and that I had a clear enough ref of. And I had stopped working on him mostly because there was just kind of an issue going along at the time where somebody on VRChat had made themselves a YouTube account and were using a voice changer to impersonate Adam from the show, and were using an avatar that they found that somebody else had listed available for public use, and they were making that their entire personality and influencer brand, I guess. And I don't know, it just kind of scared me off of wanting to finish the avatar for fear that that person would just snag it and use it to be making money off of without paying me anything. Which, I mean, if they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that anyway, regardless of me stepping in and saying, hey, please don't do that. I don't know. But now that I saw that the new season of Has Been Hotel is being released this month, and he is going to be making some kind of appearances again, be it a flashback or a weird hallucination or whatever it is that they're using to justify him showing up, I would like to finish him. I think that, I don't know, I want to be proud of him. So if people are going to steal it, they're going to steal it. There's nothing I can do about it. People get weird about VRC avatars. They really do. But before we shift gears and start into that, because I have no idea what I even have to finish piecing together from him, I would like to go back and look at where we left off on Smoon. Because I know there was just a little bit of texture work still that needed to be done. So let me get that file open over here on Sci. Okay. So last we left off on him, we were transferring over, recreating Sun's pants stripes, which we can compare directly to Sun. By alternating our mesh here. It's not a one-to-one, but I don't think it's off enough that I'm going to mess with it too terribly much. Looks like we maybe got a little bit darker on the underside with the red on Sun's original pants. And our outline is not as thick. Maybe we can adjust for that. So if anything, it looks like Yeah, it looks like I'm not going to bother with it. I do want to just gently touch on these edges, though. I don't like the way that those look. They are a bit pixely. So I'm just going to try and blend them out just a smidge. Shouldn't be too much. And I would also like to just make a quick copy of them. And I want to erase this outer edge that we've got going on. Oh wait, we don't have an outer edge on this. Even better. But we're going to expand that edge. Learned the name of the game that I was talking about. It's Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival. I can't say that I've ever heard of that. Let me look it up.
Way to go, superstar!
Oh, wow.
I knew you could do it.
Is it just like a pumpkin carving game? Basically, you carve pumpkins, place them around a little world and other players' pumpkins, and you have a little ghost avatar. Oh, that's cute! I'm looking at it now. Oh no, I can see people going insane with this. Have a lot of Halloween festivals. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to look into this. That's very cute. A corn maze, a haunted house, some spooky rides. That's awesome!
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, cat. They go wild with the pumpkins. Apparently they added a movie theater this year. Oh, that's super awesome. Thank you for telling me about that, Q. I really would like to look into that. I actually haven't done any kind of pumpkin carving in a long time. I want to say last year I did pumpkin carving was the first year or second year I had Bronx. And she just turned 9 in July, so... haven't carved a pumpkin in years. Pumpkin carving is so fun. I love getting to scoop out the innards. We pluck out the seeds and roast them as a snack. Oh, roasted pumpkin seeds are so good. Man, I used to drive my mom crazy when I was a kid because anytime that we did a pumpkin for Halloween, I would steal the seeds out of it and go plant them in the garden without her knowing. So that sometime later in the year, eventually a very large pumpkin plant would just kind of sprout up and appear out of nowhere. Every year I managed to get a pumpkin. It wasn't a very big one, but it was always like a good, like, softball, like a little bigger than a cantaloupe sized pumpkin. When we moved to Florida, we kind of gave up on the tradition because they would rot in like 3 days because it's still hot as balls outside. Yup. What I'm doing here is expanding upon the lines outside of the overspill and trying to encourage them to stay the same color because unfortunately my program doesn't automatically do that for me. But that's okay. Back from apple picking. Had a couple of trees at the house here. Man, I love fresh apple cider. Gotta get me a mini pumpkin this year. Literally just remembered about it because Vic had played it last year before they stopped streaming, and the only reason the memory returned to me is because it is Spooky Month! I was always hoping that somebody would come up with some kind of pumpkin carving game for VRChat. I'm really surprised that no one has. There's one, but it's not particularly good yet. And I don't think they had any intention of picking it back up again. Just had one of those flaky plastic jack-o'-lanterns. Maybe I should get one of the foam ones to carve myself as it lasts a bit longer. I looked into doing that like 2 or 3 years ago, and my God, like, I don't know what they've done with this, but they've got to have jacked up the prices or something. Those foam pumpkins are absurdly expensive in my opinion. Maybe I'm just a stickler when it comes to craft supplies, but even when they were on discount after Halloween, I was still sitting here like, why do you still want $8 for this? It's foam. All right, one thing we have to do here is, once again, we have to cut our pants in half because we're going to have to mirror this. And we need to figure out where we need to cut off the gradient between stripes and stars. We need an emote of... we need an emote of pull-up. doing this spooky month dance. Polep. Didn't they make a template to do the spooky month dance? I could probably whip that together. Craft supplies are limited to some paper, a pencil, and a dream. Did they? I want to say that they did for the last video that they had made. Because at one point there was like a scene where the mom was scrolling through the internet on her phone or on a computer or something, and it was Tumblr, and it started to show the images scrolling past, like a slideshow, like a flip book of the Spooky Month dance. Let me look it up, hold on. Okay, yep, here. This is the original post from it. Let's see now. Where do we want this gradient to start? Where does it start on Eclipse normally? I'd say it's below the knee. No, it's roughly at the knee. Temptation to monster form, void, spooky dance, emote. Yes! I was thinking the Pumpkin Man dance that's set to Ghostbusters. That one's good too. I'm a big fan of that one. If you don't already have it, you should watch Ghostbusters. I've watched the original, but I haven't put that on our list. I can add that to our list. I added it, but I accidentally hit enter before I put the S, so now it just says Ghostbuster. Singular. Alright, Eclipse. I think we do want to cut this off at roughly this zone. Maybe up to the first line? Or the halfway point even. Actually, the whole knee really could include it. Alright, so it's going to be this whole area. Nice and broad. This will be one of the hardest areas to get a gradient to work on. Let's check our UVs and see where that lines up. All right. I will give it my best shot here. I'm going to merge these UVs. And I'm going to kind of mark roughly where I want them. Was that the whole knee that we picked? Yes. And 2 above. Why am I like this? There are easier ways, Frag. Why are you doing it this way? Ugh. Okay. Y'all didn't see that because I was on the wrong window, but I was individually selecting every single one of the UV squares here, and that was not the way to do it, but I couldn't get myself to stop. I wish I could set a path. This is something I used to do in Photoshop. I don't really want it to be that harsh, though. If I just follow along this line, by all means, it should count that. Let's go a little higher than 500, though. Let's go to 700? Let's start all the way over here. Brad, do you prefer cherry-flavored fizzy or pineapple-flavored fizzy? I'm not much of a fruit fizzy kind of person. Given the option between the two, I think it would just have to depend on what mood I'm in. I like both. But I don't necessarily crave either, if that makes any sense at all. Give me a pina colada, though. I'm yours. Also, I made the mistake of not duplicating this layer.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
No, Rin. Back home from the vet with Salem, I hope? I hope everything went well. Brad, did you ever drink Sobe drinks? I loved the Sobe drinks purely because they had a lizard on them. But you also like the rain. It's awful, but we gotta try again tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rin. I've been keeping you in my thoughts. It's never fun having to deal with a vet situation. They're so fucking good. Yeah, my favorite was the strawberry daiquiri. I don't know why. I think just because it was the vibe. It was a pink milky kind of drink. And it had lizards on it. As long as you're okay with getting caught in the rain.
Grank just subscribed for 1 month.
Aw. Thank you so much for the sub. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Gerzanku? Gerzank? Weh!
Uriyamirin_VT just cheered 50 bits. Make sure you save all of your feels.
Thank you, Rian. Between the two of you, you guys have added a spider and some teeth to Popple's head. Our skull in there earlier came from Selfish Kaiju from their raid. Yes, no, I'll make sure to save plenty of times with this. Now, I need to reselect that whole area that I had before, because I was dumb and did not consider duplicating my layer first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think it's only 3.
If you become lightheaded from
What?
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. Curious if any of you guys have any sort of local things that you like to do for Halloween outside of just the typical festivities. Back where I used to live, there was always something going on. But where I live now, it's a very red area, a very religious area. So Halloween is unfortunately not very heavily celebrated. It's also a very crime-heavy area, so it's not very safe to go trick-or-treating. So unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of celebration here locally. But I love to hear about it from other people. Dang, I missed some stuff when I reheated my lasagna earlier. I believe you may have left at like the worst possible time when we were doing the the videos for Dog Day and Doughy. And actually, that reminds me, I forgot to put the text up on the screen to cycle by and tell people to suggest their favorite Halloween movies. Let me do that real quick. Let's add some text. Do I have a spooky font? It doesn't show me what the font looks like. Hold on, maybe I can get away with it in Psy. I might have to download a font for this. Yeah, fuck it. Let's find something fun. Let's try this one. This one's called Ghost Phobia. Oh, nope, it's not downloading into OBS. I might have to reset OBS to get new fonts to work. Well, dang. That's all right. We'll go with our usual retro. Why is the size set to 256? That's gonna be a little difficult to see. So let's do an outline. I do apologize. My voice has been fairly scratchy this month. It's just the change of the seasons and whatnot. Let's try and do like a spooky gradient. I can't tell if that's going to be too difficult to see. Oh, that's the background color. Why is there a background? We don't want that. And why does it jump from size 48 to size 72? Holy crap. All right, let's add a scroll. I appreciate you guys sitting through me doing this. Is that too fast? Is that good? I don't know. This is a bad color combo on top of Smoon. Yeah, that's bad. Hold on, I'll change that. Let's make that match more of our visual aesthetic here. Or, well, I suppose we could put a background in here, since it offers one. Like a banner? Look at that! Oh, that's cool. Okay. Still feel like our colors are making it a little too difficult to see. Maybe if the orange were on the top part. Nope. And the colors, I feel like, are just kind of making it more difficult. The black seems to be the easiest to read. Especially if we take the outline off. That seems readable anyway. Maybe on the bottom. Because up here underneath of the pop-up window, it's not so easy to read. Better than nothing. All right, let me scroll up and see what you guys are saying. Lived on a tall hill for most of my life, so we didn't get a lot of visitors for Halloween. Now we have hundreds of kids that pop by. I love putting my cosplays on and passing out candy. It's the best. That's cool. I like that. One thing I normally did during the month of October was replay Luigi's Mansion 3, but Kuba currently has my copy of the game, so I can't do that this year. Aw. Frag, it is soda, but if you like the Sobe Lizbiz, then the Jones brand pineapple cream soda tastes just like Lizbiz. I've never had that, but I do like Jones soda. Resisting the urge to be cheeky and tell you the names of the bendy fonts. Although I do have a PC that can emulate GameCube games, so maybe I do a playthrough of the original Luigi's Mansion. Oh, that would be fun, Q! Also, this vessel desires uppies. Let's get you those uppies. We'll go ahead and toss Snake up there as well. Why not go with the original spooky font? I need to learn how to put fonts in OBS. Gotta get soup of justice. Yeah, sorry for going with just the plain old black font. It just seems to be the most legible. Alright. Back to our boy. And so we were going to go across that top line. Legible is important. What I'm doing here for this effect is I am taking my airbrush tool, I am setting it to an eraser, and I'm going to just trace along this top upper line, and hopefully in keeping it as on that line as I can, the gradient will line up on both sides. Who knows if that's actually going to work? So I'm going to do that there. I'm going to do the same thing down here. Weh! Aw.
Noemi_superheroes can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Noemi. Alright. Now, because we did the solid gradient. Oh, 18 and up by... Oh no! Thank you for your honesty, Noemi. Oh, I've already forgotten it. I'm so sorry. You are more than welcome to rejoin with us once you are 18. Ooh, one small problem. Okay, before we do that, we will invert this selection. And we'll do the same thing so that we can make sure that that gradient is going to line up correctly on our edge lines too. There we are. Now we can erase from the top up. Just going to use the regular eraser for that. Now, originally I was going to try and go for more of a torn up look, but I keep forgetting we're not doing ruined Eclipse. In this AU, he never actually gets obliterated like he does in the ruined story. Although I've actually been invited to play some Phasmophobia on Saturday, which should be fun, although if you ask me, van life is the best life. I feel so bad that, like, I'm just not really that affected by Phasmophobia. I think just because it's such a repeating strategy kind of game, like you go in, you check whether or not this thing does what it's supposed to do. If it doesn't, you move on to the next one. Like, my TISM brain is like, okay, this is like doing Blender work. This isn't scary because it's just methodic. And I'm good at methods. I know how to method. All right, we're going to go ahead and mirror these again. One thing I'm wondering about Smoon is how do they actually swap between themselves physically? So that's actually why I have the hand on their back. So this claw back here, I did not like the original method for how this grappling hook thing worked. It's literally just a hook, like an O-ring on Smoon's back. And the hook comes down from the ceiling and latches onto the loop on his bag, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because it's not like a machine or anything. It's literally just like a carabiner. Like, I get that that's how they had to do it for the game mechanic, but from an engineering storytelling standpoint, that makes no sense whatsoever. It makes more sense to me to have the grappling hook part be a part of the robot. So internally, he has a false chest just like Freddy and the others, but inside would be this like coil mechanism and like a pressure thing that would rocket this hand out in whatever direction, and then it would clasp around bars or like scaffolding and stuff. So I think I can actually show how it opens. Yeah, I do have it rigged. Hold on. Let's get rid of his hat real quick. But it would like, whatever would hit the middle of this and cause these fingers to fold open. First that one, and then this one, to latch on to whatever it is it needs to grab onto. And with that in mind, I also had it so that this hat of his would be connected with magnets, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Oh, I'm so sorry. Our video, our ads are about to play in any minute here. But the hat portion up top here connects with magnets in the top. And it uses that same mechanism to like shoot the hand out, but it's got the hat grasped in it, and it like shoots it out enough to swing it up to hit his head, or his head will like rotate back and latch onto it real quick and snap back up. And then when it's time to transform into Sun, the hat just gets grabbed and pulled back in. But that's kind of also why I had to elongate it some. That and like his other hat's just so tiny, it looks weird. Also, hello, Berserk. Dearly deceased friends can trick you by doing stuff so you don't really know what type of ghost they are. Huh. If you were to make Smoon in real life, how would they actually transition from Sun to Moon? Now that part I don't know. I have no idea how the pants work. I mean, like when I drew Sun, I gave him a chest cavity that was full of art supplies. Yeah! And hello, Sassy! Sorry I couldn't tune into stream earlier. This bitch was knocked out for most of the day. But I wanted to say I'm so McFucking proud of you. Keep slaying. Pop that dynasty. Oh, dynasty. And yeah. Sassy, you are such a gift. I fucking love this bitch. All right, let's go back and save our pants and see if that lines up good. Oh, that's right. We had to finish mirroring this side. All right, so hopefully that'll be good. Oh, wow. Got back from ad hell to be told I'm loved. My pussy's now blessed. The ad happened right at the most perfect time. Is when you said, I don't really ad. Only thought is some kind of material that changes its appearance based on temperature or something like that, or the pants get rolled up into the skirt. I did have one thought, but it would have been a very difficult thing to have included. I had started doodling up some kind of rig that would separate essentially how we have it separated here with the legs and like the crotch area to different pieces, where the leg portions would basically like via motor turn inside out like a sock. And on the inner pattern, there'd be sun stuff, and on the outer pattern, it'd be moon, and it would just be like the different sides. But I didn't really know what to do about the crotchal region. Hey, Lewis. I noticed you liked the cover of my work in progress calendar. Any thoughts? I thought that was a brilliant idea. I love the idea of doing a calendar of your OC like that. I'm really excited to see what you end up doing with it. I've been thinking about, this is weird, but I've been thinking about calendars more lately, both because of that post that you made and because we stumbled into one of the VR market worlds the other day, and it was a Gashapon world. If you're not familiar with the VRChat market, it's a big, big, big Japanese VR festival that happens, I think, multiple times a year. I think there's one in winter and one in summer. And it's hosted from Japan, so unfortunately we don't get a lot of the English side of things, but it's like a virtual convention, and each world that they have made for it is based off of a certain theme, and people can submit to have their own artwork and stuff on display in different booths in these worlds. And in one of these booths, somebody was just selling a calendar. Like, not a virtual calendar, not a VR asset calendar, it was literally just an IRL calendar that they had set up a booth to display in the virtual market. It was very funny. But because of both that and your post, for some reason, like, I've just had calendars on the brain. I think that's a really fun idea. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save this as our PNG and see how this lines up. Back over here to you. Let's turn off moon and sun, turn on eclipse. We're going to see how this looks. Don't disappoint me, please. It's not as big of a gradient as I was hoping for, to be honest. But at least it seems to line up. I think I want it to be larger, though. I don't like the way it just feels so stiff. So we're going to go back over. We're going to redo everything we just did. Once I stop halfway on my friend's present, I'll be sure to let you know. Limple trying to be a sexy firefighter for one of the summer months. Trying to be sexy in one of the summer months, but the fucking gumballs inside his head keep sticking to the glass and leaving smears. Was that a beach background just now? Oh, that was our everything shit's fucked and everything's blue screened Popple DVD screen for whenever I have everything closed. All right, so I want to make this longer. I don't necessarily think I want it to go... No, I do think it needs to go further down the leg. Why can I not see... There we go. Where are your fins? Oh, they're retracted. Okay. Oh yeah, I had been playing around with the different poses for him. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But yeah, Eclipse's rays kind of stick off a little more lopsided. He doesn't have as much control over them. My bad, just had deja vu about vaporwave music and stuff. That's alright. Alright, we want to see what UVs we need to make. See, it kind of like trapped them just between these two. I wanted the gradient to spread out much further than that, so we're going to have to go and expand quite a bit. At least one on top and at least one on bottom minimum. And we might not be able to do both at the same time anymore. We'll see. Why does this singer's voice sound so familiar? Alright, we went with 700 last time, and that only gave us like 1 bar. So we're gonna have to go a lot bigger. Let's go to 1,000. That's about 2. So maybe we need less going up and more going down? No, we need both. But we might need an additional extra going down. Spotify keeps recommending me this one song called Curses by the Crane Wives. I like that song. I can only listen to them for so long, though. They're one of those singers where something about their style becomes very grating. It starts to become a bit painful for my ears. It's not that it's bad. It's just that I have, what is it? Hyperacusis. I'm gonna go even higher than
Did you
1,000.
remember to save
Wow.
all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby. Thank you for the love bomb,
This
Snake.
is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
How is Burb? Burb is doing pretty good. Burb is excited to be doing some spooky month stuff. If you haven't caught wind, we're doing our spooky movies starting tomorrow. Wait. The boopening commences. Good night, everyone, because I can feel myself starting to pass out. Good night, Q. I hope that you will be able to be around for joining the movie tomorrow. I don't know how much it's going to be affected by your time zone and everything, but I tried to make sure that we kind of accounted for both with both movies. But if we don't see you then, I hope you have an absolutely spectacular weekend. I still kind of feel like this isn't enough. Where did it cut off before? Kind of completely limited to just those two. We'll see. Let me go ahead and flip them again. And we'll see if we like this any better. Ugh. This is a weird question. Have you guys ever gotten a smell stuck in your nose? Like, you're not necessarily smelling it actively, but like it's the phantom smell. Like it's like the echo, the memory of the smell. Hi, D Cruz. Happy spooky month to you. It's a weird question. Also, yes. So this morning, I opened a new bottle of rubbing alcohol, and I've never had rubbing alcohol smell like this, and only after like a couple of minutes did I really piece together what it was reminding me of. But it smelled identical to the dry erase board markers that we used to use back in tabletop games, back at my old D&D group. Of course, we haven't been able to get together and play since long before COVID at this point, but that specific kind of ink and marker, I guess. And now the problem is I got it, like, that scent familiar in my nose again, and now I feel like throughout the day today, I feel like I've been repeatedly smelling it again over and over again. Like, I'll just be sitting here, and like it happened right now, which is why I started to bring it up. I just get this waft, I feel. But no, it's not. I know I'm not actually smelling it. It's like just the scent memory attacking my brain. I can now smell those ghost markers, right? Okay, so that's just, never mind. It's not a phantom smell. It's a literal phantom, and it's haunting all of us. I don't know, man. Some of those markers are just so stinky. They're a very potent level of a certain kind of stink that we just don't have elsewhere. I've recommended the Spaceballs of Horror for scary movies. Is there a horror version? I've watched the original Spaceballs, but I don't... Is there a horror special? Not seeing anything in Googling it. It's called Scary Movie, and it's a parody of horror movies. Ah! I apologize for that reference going over my head. I've never actually watched the Scary Movie movies. I believe Nexus had suggested that earlier too, though. So if that is the case, I already have that on our list. Thank you. How many scary movies are there now? And do they still make them? Let's see if this gradient spread was a little bit better or not. A little bit. Not quite as condensed. Do I wish to go for more? Yes. And I'm thinking I want to go even crazier this time. So we're going to do this one more time. And instead, I'm just going to go from the top with our biggest airbrush. We're going to go, how big is 2000? More than that. 3000. Nope, that's too much. 2000 it is. I lied. 2,500. Scary Movie 6 is to release 2026. Oh my god. And the funniest part is they're still making the classic horror movies that those are parodying. Like, they're still making Jason movies. They're still making Michael Myers movies. All right, let's see how we feel about that. I wonder if they would reference FNAF. Probably not, but Big maybe. I feel like they'd be missing an opportunity if they didn't. Because FNAF 2 is going to come out fairly soon, I think, isn't it? Yeah, December. I'm really curious what the plot of FNAF 2 is going to be. Because they definitely have no way of continuing to follow whatever the fuck the quote-unquote canon is in the games. Okay, this should be good. Save it again. It just felt like too much of a binary split. I know that's kind of his whole deal, but I like this gradient and I like the smoothness of it, and I really want it to just carry that through the entirety of the pants. That feels a lot more uniform. Yeah, that's much better. How does it work? Fuck if I know. Oh, one thing I did do, and I'm realizing this is a bit of a problem now, but I did relocate his hat a little bit so that it wasn't being clipped into the tutu anymore. I just kind of bent it further out ways a bit more because I just didn't like the way it was clipping. But because of that, now he's got that. But it's really only seen from the perspective view from the front. Normally, you wouldn't be having that weird issue. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, I'm wondering if maybe I can just lightly blur. So I don't know if you guys can see this too well, but you see how we have kind of like some pixelation overlapping when it comes to Eclipse's pants versus Sun's pants? So that would be because Sun, his pants are cut, the UVs are cut along the stripes. So there's no shared UVs. The stripes are entirely separate. There is nothing else other than stripe. Whereas for Eclipse, he's actually got Moon's pants. And these stripes are drawn on, as you can see. But because of that, that causes distortion in the model because it can only read pixels to be so large. That's why you hear a lot of people saying things like they're glorifying their 4K textures, 5K textures. I've seen people bragging about 12K textures at this point. You don't need that stuff. If you really need a crisp line, cut the UV right there. But, you know, our stars look just as sharp. They're not. But I think I'm going to try and go in and soften that up just a little bit by merging them and then blurring it a little. Let's see what happens. Probably should have done that before I did the gradient, but... So I'd have to blur it at a range of 2 just to get that to disappear. I don't know about that. I don't know, would it look better or worse that way? Only one way to find out. So I blurred it. I'm going to go back to the Blender file, reload it, and see how big of a difference it makes. I'm going to reload it from here. This is a general distance that most people would be looking at it from. Okay, they're definitely blurrier. I don't like how fuzzy it is. So, if we're not going to do it that way, maybe we'll try another method. Might be able to smudge them. This might be a little tricky, but actually seems like it might work pretty okay. Hopefully. Just have to be patient with it. I can't tell if I decide, or if I feel like this is doing a good thing or a bad thing, honestly. It's not doing anything to make it any worse than it is, though, so. Oh my god, my tablet is bouncing. Why? We may or may not end up also getting a visit from Rosie and Spooka at some point through today's stream as well, because I remember mentioning, or one of them mentioning that yesterday. So we shall see if they decide to pop in whenever it is that they are rousing. I'm very excited for the Halloween games I'm going to get to play this month. One of them being Help Wanted 2. And that one's going to be tricky. I don't know how I'm going to do that and still be able to see chat. So that one might be a little bit of an issue. We'll troubleshoot it and figure it out as we go. I might regret secondary stream tonight. Wrist is giving me fits, but I'm just going to toss together a sketch of my Archfey pack Warlock Orc. I don't know. Archfey pack Warlock Orc feels like a tongue twister. Don't overdo it, Void. Gotta watch after your wrists. All right, with that blurred, I'm going to go ahead and erase this side again. We're going to flip it once more. I did the right side, right? I suppose if I can't even really tell, I shouldn't worry about it this much. I'll be taking breaks to stretch. I know too many artists liquefying their wrists. I don't know how the people who draw daily are able to do it. My hands would be killing me. Like, it's been cold for one day, and already my joints are feeling it. All right, so these are the blurred out versions. I might still give them just a tiniest little bit of blur. All right. We're going to try that instead. Save that. If it starts hurting for the night, I'll stop. I'm pretty quick in making sketches. Ooh, actually, that's a reminder. I need to get the windows closed first. Then again, learn to draw without your wrist. Yeah. See, my problem is I'm drawing on such a small canvas. For the most part, I don't feel like I use my wrist too much. I tend to focus a little bit more on the shoulder. But it can be hard if your canvas is tiny. And I very much gravitate towards working small. I'm not very good at working big. It always bothered me back when I was in school. We'd have to use our easels and whatnot. Like, this whole paper is bigger than I am. What am I supposed to do with all this? All right, we're going to reload it again and again. This blur is going to disappear some. It hopefully won't be as pixelated as it was, though. There we go. A little crisper. Not perfect, but it doesn't need to be. Just want it to be somewhat closer to Sun's stripes without being as pixely, and I like this. I like where we're at. Hey, Kirk. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. How are you? I think we just about finished up Eclipse's pants. Although, did we look at your mouth? I don't think we did. Open your mouth, sir. Now say ah. Ah, we do need to fix that part of the bottom lip and the top lip. Both of those are in the wrong spot. I don't know how I feel about that gradient inside of the mouth. But I do want to make sure that we clip that and get that fixed. So we're done with the pants for now. Save that as our sci file. We're going to go back and open up Eclipse's body texture. I'm all right. Just played some Skyrim, and yes, I am an Elder Scrolls nerd. Is the colors on the correct side? Yeah, this time they are. So we need to figure out exactly where we need to push this a little closer. And I don't think I have the UV map on this file, which is why this got missed the first time. Yeah, there is not a UV map on here, so let me pull that out too. Oh dear. Hey Smoon, where the fuck did we put your UV map for your body? There it is. At least a version of it anyway. It should suffice. And the mouth is not there. It is the one thing that's not on there. Let's grab this one instead. Okay. Now we know where we want to mark this. I believe those are exactly where we want them. I think for the most part we had everything else laid out. So we'll just quickly save over this. I never decided on what we're going to do with the backhand piece on Eclipse yet. Also did get some sleep last night. I was dead tired yesterday. Well, thank goodness for that. There we go. I'm not totally sure whether or not I should have it end there or on the part that the blue part ends. Retract those other teeth, dude. Never mind. Would have to be here if we did extend it. I feel like that would make the lip look weird, though. Although, you don't really see it from this angle. I don't know. This probably is the most seamless way for that to sit, so won't worry about that too much. I'm still getting the unread notification bug on your Discord of you pinging the egg. What the hell? That's awful, man. I wonder if I just delete the post, if it would stop doing that. I mean, I guess people have definitely gotten the announcement enough. Let me go ahead and try that. There. The egg ping has been deleted, so hopefully it will stop. Because if it's happening to you, odds are it's probably happening to other people, and they just have been very polite about it and not pointed it out. Right. Let's turn the claw off. And the accessories for Eclipse. I want to know what we should do with these back panels. Because usually they're the white side. We have a hole in there? Did we? I think we forgot to. Or maybe I just... Where are your bones? Let me see. Okay, we just left it black. Well, I guess if that's the case, we can stay whatever that side of the body color is. And instead, maybe the hand would be Moon's side? Maybe it would have... Get rid of the armature again. It's in the way. I could give it the blue tips of Moon's fingers. Oh, wait, shit. I don't remember if I wanted to do the glowing arms or not like he has. Close your mouth. We don't need that open anymore. I guess it would make more sense for it to be Moon's hand. Let's go in and touch up that first, and then I will address the forearms. So, let's look at that on your UV map. This is very point and click, so it shouldn't be that difficult to figure out what's what. Thank you, Past Frag, for making that a little bit easier on me. We'll definitely make it Moon's fingers. But maybe we'll keep the base as Sun's, palm of his hand. Yep. What's this piece, though? I think I want to make that piece Moon's. All right, let's see how that looks. I'm thinking I kind of want to do a gradient. I want these fingers to start out that beige color and then fade into Speaking of notifications, just saw notifications of you hearting some comments of mine on your VOD channel. Yeah, thank you very much for those comments. I don't really focus a lot on the YouTube side of things since that's mostly just for archival purposes. But that is the only place that I am able to post the videos for new models and whatnot. 2 of which were posted today. So it very much helps the channel. At least I assume it does. I honestly don't know anything about YouTube's algorithm. I'll figure that out another day. There we are. And I also need to get the bottom caps of these pieces. Which are those specific ones for some reason. Not been on YouTube much as late. They have been pushing the AI-generated content crap for recommendations and tools on VODs more and more, and I fucking despise it. Yeah, everywhere's been pushing the AI harder and harder. It's just all the more reason to recognize that if they've got to push it in our faces this hard, then they're desperate. Hold your ground. Something that is as useful as this claims to be does not need to be advertised this intensely. Round of applause, Frag. Holding my ground for sure. It's tough, but the hardest part about this is just trying to get through the waiting game. There we go. I like that a lot better. It's subtle, but it's enough. Again, all this on the assumption that we're even going to keep this in the first place. All right, now let's take a look at these arm pieces. God, we were playing VRChat last night, and I had definitely hit the vape a couple times. I'm on a new strain now, which gives me a little bit more of a goofiness to it, which I appreciate. I like that more. I don't like the couch lock that some strains give. But we were playing a game that's basically I'm on observation duty, except you can physically go into the room and like look at things firsthand. The things in the room weren't jump scaring me, but every time I would go from one room to another, I'd forget that I was playing with other people, and I'd walk into the room face to face with another person, and that would scare the shit out of me. Oh, ads are going to start up in about 20 seconds here, give or take. That's cool. Yeah, the world itself is really awesome. I'm hoping that the person who made it would eventually make a new one, because after a while you do kind of start to memorize things. Let me see if I can find that world, though, real quick, so I can link that, because it's a fun one if you've never done it. Yeah, here it is. And again, you don't need to be on VR to play anything on VRChat. It is completely desktop compatible. It's a very fun game to play with friends. Alrighty, Clips. Let's take a look at these arms. Mega G Wolf made this? I know that YouTuber. They're a YouTuber? Stopped watching him a while ago. Now I wonder what he's doing. Apparently VR. That's really cool. I had no idea that it was a YouTuber who made it. Was it ever explained why Eclipse has these glowing forearms? He's broken there. He's broken everywhere. Let me check the wiki here. An eclipsed form of the character exists as well, originally seen as a head in the Balloon World minigame. In this minigame, Moon's face pattern is active, but darker than before. Its eyes are bright yellow with black pupils in the center. Its teeth are pitch black, but an orange glow comes out from behind them. Sun's rays turn a more reddish-orange color. The rest of the design is unclear. Eclipse becomes a full character in the Ruined DLC, appearing as a combination of sun and moon forms, albeit in a heavily damaged state. Eclipse's endoskeleton is visible, showing how the daycare attendant works. His endoskeleton glowing either yellow or blue to appear as either form. He has damaged frills from sun along with the blue nightcap from moon. That explained nothing, but sure. He got glowing tubes inside his arms. I can kind of see that in one of these images. I think it's to be a nightlight. Actually, I'm just now realizing I didn't do any emission maps whatsoever for this. I will have to do that. The big debate is, do I want to do emission maps of just his eyes? Or do I want to base them off of the canon emission maps that we never actually got to see used in-game? I believe I actually have a Sun and Moon model that has that already. How would I do that effect on a Toon model, though? Because he's not busted open. And the problem with doing it as an emission map means that it's going to be dependent on the light, but it's also going to show in the regular light. As revealed in the Ruined DLC, the way the daycare attendant's main transformation works is through colored lights in the endoskeleton which illuminate the suit from within, causing it to appear in its corresponding color. In Sun mode, these lights are yellow, whereas in Moon mode, they are blue instead. It is still unclear where the night cat comes from, however. Oh, FNAF. You're such an enigma. I may have to look into actually creating a shader that is affected by the level of light that the avatar is experiencing. Because I don't know how I would get this to work otherwise. It makes me so mad because that part of his arm isn't even yellow. It's gray. I want to believe, I want to make logic of this logic. I want it to make sense. All right. I'm going to take the yellow from this screenshot. Where? Hmm. At least this is a nice soft blue. I like this color blue. Hmm. Okay, problem though is that it's not a very bright blue. Let's completely oversaturate this bitch. Woof. Those are very bright. Okay. I guess we will try this as an alternate. This is Eclipse Body 2. Emissions. I think the only other emissions are his eyes. Yeah, looks like it. which means everything else is going to be black. Except you. Part of me wants to do a bit of a gradient inside of this, but I'm worried. Yeah, just like a little something around the edges, I think. That's a bit much. Just felt like it needed something. I might make that one a little darker, actually. Alrighty. So that'll save as the emissions for Eclipse. Go ahead and save that as a PNG. We're also going to real quick go ahead and make Sun and Moons as well. Just because I know that's something that needs to be done. So get Moon and Sun. And again, I think it's just their eyes. Okay, there's suns. Oh, wait, cancel. Hold on. I missed one thing. There we go. And one thing I've never done is plugged emissions in Blender. So I kind of want to figure out how to do that. Hello, Boko. You being a good orange kitty today? Where? Where is that? There you are. Park of Agore is still stuck in my head. Chi, 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 why? A boing, boing. Okay. So that gives us our emissions for Eclipse, Sun, and Moon. Did I want the stars to glow? And did I want the sun rays to glow for that matter? Doesn't feel right. Is that really how dark his rays are? I guess so. No, that's listed as 50% the normal color. That can't be right. there. Okay. So that's Moon's pants emissions. Literally humming it as I'm feeding my pets right now.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Shadow Realm Animate. We're actually doing a couple of quick speed rounds of saving here.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate, Kirk. And the big stretch! And the posture check! You hear that, Boko? You want to join me in a big stretch? Come here, buddy. Let's get those paws up. Ready? Big stretch! Good boy! Do any of you guys have a cat that's big into the big stretches? Boko does that thing where if I stretch his arms up above his head, he splays his toes out. I've only ever seen tuxedo cats do that. He's the first orange cat I've ever seen do it. Ah, and our excitement has drawn in the attention of the Bronx. Hi, Bronca. Yeah, I know you're bored. I'm sorry, you're gonna just have to stay bored today. Grammy will be off work soon. I'm a self-care gremlin for sure. You are the backbone of the stream community, that is for sure. All right. Sun's emissions. Oops, I think I saved that as a sci file. I did. Let's delete that. We don't need to have that. I don't know if I'm going to keep the stripes or anything glowing. I feel like that's not really necessary. The tricky part here is going to be this one. So I think what I'll do is copy this. And we'll put that over top. Oops. Okay, hold on. I think we're gonna have to lie a little bit. I'm trying to mark it off so that I can see which stars are really going to show and which ones aren't. Problem is we got a couple of them that are in the in-between, which is not a great place to have them. But I think that'll be okay. What's not going to be okay is the way that they line up. Now I'm making dinner humming Parkapagore. I think I'm cursed. What some call a curse, others call a blessing. Which one connects to which? Oh well. This is not gonna go well, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Well, we'll just put it in Blender and see. I have a feeling that these side stars are definitely going to be a problem. And because of that, I might just get rid of them entirely. But we'll see. Let's save this as eclipse emissions. And then we'll take a glance at these other files and see if there's any others that we're missing. I don't think any of the accessories have parts that glow. The tutus and whatnot. I think that's it. Okay. All right, then I'm going to probably have to go over in Blender and watch a tutorial on how the fuck to do this. Okay. Well, I've already done something not quite how I'm supposed to here. I'm really going to have to just spend a day doing nothing but shader and emission stuff. Because I know very little about all of this end of things. Not emission, shader and nodes. Hmm. This is going to be different. I have no idea if I'm doing the right thing with this or not. Okay, okay, something's happening. We can just turn this stuff down so that he kind of just has a diffuse on him. We can make him metal. He does not need to be metal. All right, and then we should be able to view this. Yeah, there we go. So that's in the dark. Which means we have to do this same exact thing for everything. I've been working on making an absolute Joker model since I couldn't find one already to make an animation. What is absolute Joker? Like what separates that from just generic Joker? Okay, I googled it and the first thing I see here is very monster, very wood. That is 100% a smash. That might be a little too new for anyone to have made a model out of just yet. It's kind of a niche thing, I think. That'd be sick, though. I really like, I'm looking at this design and I'd really love to see somebody make something like this. We need more monsters. Here we go. There's sun's emissions. And eclipse. Nope, not that one. Oh! Your wish has been granted, Kirk. Boing boing. Boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge, 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 moge. Chichi wo moge. Moge. Hey. Thank you so much, Kat. Oh, the eerie silence after he's gone. There's just a void left. Fagore leaves a hole that cannot be filled. All right, now we can see if these look okay. The void left by Parco Fagore. I think we gotta get him to do a bit of a different pose here before we can say for sure. Hold on. I need you to stretch your legs out. Now we can see if that lines up, and it looks like it does. I'm not seeing any noticeable gap. As long as I can't tell where the gap is, it's fine. It's so weird that just his forearms glow. I don't know how I feel about it. I think I'm going to have an alternate version that doesn't have that. Let me go ahead and make that now. All right, there's our alt version. And I think I forgot on Moon the light. Eclipse's light is working. Let me make a new texture so we can just swap out these materials much faster. You are currently Eclipse's texture. We'll make a new one. We're going to duplicate this. Copy material. Paste material. We're going to call this one Moon Body. I'm going to replace this image with Moon's body. And this image with Moon's emissions. And then we're going to make a third one. Paste our material, duplicate again. We're going to call this one Sun Body. Put Sun's emissions. Sun's texture. All right, now we should be able to swap in between all these textures at the flick of a button now. Haha! Okay, so he's got the sun state active. Yes. Cool. And moon body. Yay! And moon is active. So between all three of them... Why do you have a 0 next to you? Can we get rid of these old textures? Oopsie, not that. Hold on, we gotta remove that somehow, and I don't remember how to do that. whatever. Now our claw will also follow this same principle. So currently the claw should be as eclipse. And if we change it to moon body, it becomes moon's claw. Sun body, it becomes sun's claw. Cool. Love that. I love when things go right. One last art stream for me. I'll be back soon. Godspeed, Void. I'm excited to see what you make. All right, let's add another eclipse body, though. This is the alternate version. And the only thing different about it is the emissions. Oops, that was not the correct emissions at all. There we go. So that'll be the alternate version of Eclipse that does not have the glowing forearm bits. Just on the off chance that I decide not to use them. He does look pretty weird now that he doesn't have his flat shading. I'll have to go through and edit all of them and get rid of this shine. He looks okay during the day with that alt, though. Or with that regular texture. Yeah, I don't know anything about shaders. This is something I'm really just going to have to sit down and study. It's going to make my life a lot easier to do. I also need to figure out what the fuck alpha maps are and how to use them properly, because I feel like that's going to save me a lot of headache later on, too. Alright, well... Aside from... Cool character, thank you very much. I'm not sure if you're talking about my avatar I'm currently wearing, the Raptor, or the one that I'm working on in Blender here, but thank you for either one. One of my friends gifted me the Roomy skin. This is the happiest day! That's fantastic, Friendly. Actually, see, I don't play Fortnite, and I've heard that they are doing a Poppy Playtime thing for Halloween. I was talking about the clown, but the raptor is pretty cool too. Thank you, Streamer Soldier. Yeah, this is actually a sun/moon/eclipse from Five Nights at Freddy's. Currently he's in Eclipse. We'll change him over to their sun. And our accessories. Actually, oh, you know what? We forgot to do that. We need to change the accessory model, or accessory material. So we're going to have 3 of those as well. Accessories for... Who is this? Moon? It's probably Moon. Actually, no, do we only need 2? Because I think Moon and Eclipse both have the same. So we'll use them together. Eclipse and Moon. And we'll copy that. We're going to make a whole new one. We'll paste that. as a duplicate, except for Sun is going to have all red. I do have a separate one for Eclipse for some reason. What is different about them? Let's double check on that. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. And don't need that anymore. Let's see. Here is... No, I do have one saved as Accessories, Moon, and Eclipse, and one saved as Sun. Why, though? No, that's right. That's right. I guess because I just didn't put the right one in the right folder. Oh, it's that secular. I hate that secular. Just makes everything look like cheap plastic. I don't either, but now whenever I do, I'm going to be cranking 90s as Rumi. That's really fun. I'm happy for
If you
you.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Oh,
out.
wow. Thank you for the hydrate, cat. Wait a minute. Ah, that's why. Be gone, secular. Okay. Oh, our ads are going to play in about a minute here. Anytime, Frag. I'm going to disappear for a bit to help a friend, but I'm sending you vibes for your art time. Thank you very much, Kat. On the off chance that I don't see you again by the time that we have to end stream today, I hope that you have an absolutely fucking wonderful weekend. And I hope that you'll be around to join us for our movie night on Friday, tomorrow. But if you're not around for it, I completely understand. All right, so as it stands, this is how we're going to go now. We have... Turn off our armature. So here is Sun. This should be his final look, with the exception of whatever shader I end up using on him. Movie night in VRChat? Yeah! So, you know what? Our ads are about to play. Let me know when the ads are over for you, Streamer Soldier, and I will inform you of what's going on for that. Sorry, just bad timing on the ads' behalf. We only get them once every hour, but it's always at a bad time. Alright, let's change this to Moon. He would change into this outfit. Why are your rays out? Your rays don't need to be out. Because that should be your resting position. And then we check you with the lights off. Got a cool glow. And then we get our boy Eclipse. Why do you have another texture here? You don't need that. Yeah, see, the problem with this being the emissions is that it does completely change this from gray to yellow and this from blue to a light blue. But I don't know, it looks okay. I think it looks passable during being in broad daylight. That being said, I think, and I'm scared to say this because I've been working on him for so long now, but I think he may just be ready. Now, can I combine the accessories and the body into one single? No, because then I wouldn't be able to have a toggle to just turn everything off, which is creepy as fuck, I must say. Like, this guy spider walking at you in the middle of the fucking dark? No, thank you. How long have you been working on Mr. Clown? And nothing's stopping you from coming back and updating him if you ever need to. Don't worry. Or feel the need to. I've been working on him for quite a while, actually. Not for any reason other than there was about a year that I took off from personal projects to take my first really big commission. And that I've greatly overestimated the amount of work that it was going to need. And I also kind of was a bit of a perfectionist with it because I was doing it for a friend. And I really just wanted to make sure that I was giving them my absolute best. And in doing so, I maybe overdid it quite a little bit. And the model looks fantastic. But it took a very, very long time, and it was the most detailed thing I had done to date. But Smoon here was the last project I had been working on prior. The most recent ones, actually, I just listed today in my Ko-fi. But he's a couple years old at this point, I think. Technically. Even though most of that time was just sort of sitting in storage. Will you rig it? He's already rigged. Yep, he's actually rigged and fully animated to the point where he just needs his stuff in Unity, I think. And I'm very hesitant to do that at this point, because Unity is always the hard part. The thing that I'm caught up on the most, though, and the thing that's holding me back right now, and maybe we'll bite the bullet and do this today. I have to see how much time we have left. We are how many hours into the stream? 4 hours? That leaves us 2 hours to go. That might be enough to figure out some of this stuff. So, my big hang-up is I have not been able to, in Unity, figure out how to turn off the part of the program that causes a part that, like... Hold on, let me get this hat off. Okay. So what I want to happen is I want to animate this backplate to open up and to shoot this arm out of his back. I want to have a full animation that does that. And in doing that, originally I had like a rope rig in here. And the way that I had the actual rope itself extending was to just kind of like throw itself all the way out by stretching the bones on the y-axis. And that worked out fairly okay. But it also, anytime that I stretched the bones, it caused any bones that were parented to them to also elongate. And there is a way to stop that, but I have not figured it out. So until then, I now have this alternate version, which is just a very thin line, and it's weight painted in a way so that if I do happen to arch this in different directions, hopefully it will continue to create the illusion that it is connected to his back, even though at times it's not going to be the best. Like, that really doesn't like to bend that way. But it is what it is. I'm not super familiar with a lot of the things in programming. Blender's more of my area. Can't help you, I live in the Unreal metaverse. I would like to learn how to use Unreal Engine. It definitely makes things look a lot prettier. Now, this being said, what are you? What part are you? You're the whole rope. So technically, let me take a look at this rig and see what I had in mind for when I rebuilt it. If we pull this bone inside, and then we just shrink this one, that would allow us to hide that in your back. And we can do our regular animation to open up that. Might not need to do anything crazy with this, actually. It's not that bad learning it. Its main issue is that it has no VRChat, so you kind of need to make the whole world yourself. That's the tricky part. I believe it. Lord knows, there's not a lot that's necessarily easy. Easy's not the right word. It's more so just tedious. You need gumption. Looks like I did fix that, so it's not really clipping the same anymore. I don't mind if it clips through this little section here, because it's going to be a pain in the ass otherwise. Is it going to be a problem, though, when he's, like, bent over? Because it does stretch. It's not 100% perfect, but I kind of don't care. Gumption. Time-consuming, takes forever. Yes, you need to have dedication to learning and understanding it, and you need to have patience, because something as simple as something not being capitalized right, or having a period where a comma should have been, or anything like that, literally anything, that can make or break a whole project. And it's so frustrating to find out that you just spent an entire 3 days trying to remake something that didn't need to be remade because you didn't realize that the case sensitivity was not correct. Now, one thing I am not sure of. I'll have to go back and check my notes. I know we are very much cutting it close with his fizzbone count. We've got 1, 2, 3. Or is that... Are you 3? If you organize your code properly, this won't happen. But who doesn't like spaghetti? So yeah, in that case, that's very true. That's your sun rays. So is this your face? Yes. So that's 3 in your head alone. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's all 8. So you are quest compatible by default. Spin! The head goes spin! The original prototype of him, the head actually would spin on its own, but I had it set on gravity being affecting it based on whatever axis it was on. And because of that, whenever he looked up or down, his head would start to kind of do this, because it didn't know which direction gravity was. And then if he looked all the way up or all the way down, his head would just go crazy spinning, because it had no clue which way gravity down was, if it was just like horizontal facing up like this. Now, he does have a tongue, but I think I'm going to get rid of it because that original idea was a lot more fun in my head before I realized the daycare attendant fandom is a very horny fandom. And I'm sorry, but there's a lot of kids in there, and I've seen what they've been able to get their hands on. So I don't think that he necessarily needs that, nor does he have the fizz bones for it anymore either. What? Oh yeah. Yeah, no. So the Sun and Moon fandom has evolved well beyond just Sun and Moon. So since he can't afford the allotted fizz bones anyway, we're going to just go ahead and remove that feature entirely. So glad I stopped playing VRChat. Yeah, I will say I'm not, like, involved with that side of the fandom, and it's not just VRChat either. In fact, a lot of it's Tumblr, but I also don't use Tumblr. It's become its own thing. I believe it's called the daycare attendant fandom now. I was asking Rosie about this the other day. But it's like a very separate entity from FNAF and the FNAF fandom. Like, it's just the concept of a celestial character that has some kind of multiple personality disorder. And that's it. That's all you need. That is the entire premise behind all of the multiverse of daycare attendants in this weird AU that people have lost their minds over. And they're very passionate about it. But this is not supposed to be a part of that. This is just regular Sun and Moon. It's just my own interpretation of restylizing the character in my own art style. I mean, technically, yes, it is an AU, but it's not one that imposes a whole lot of liberties that I feel like really dictate a lot of that. Oh, that's not correct. Hello, Bronx. Are you excited because your Grammy's home? Good girl. That being said, let's go ahead and save a copy of this. Okay. So there's one last thing that we need to do before we start doing all of the Unity stuff, and I'm not entirely sure what that's all going to be, so we're just going to export this when we're ready to as a test. The only thing I want to do before that is, you see how his legs are shaped more like a V right now? VRChat cannot read the rig if it's like this. And the problem is, VRChat wants to keep this bone specifically perfectly up and down, both from the front and the side. So if I were to upload him as he is currently, VRChat would automatically try to animate him with this leg pointed straight up and down. And as you can see, that now has created a bow-legged effect. If we turn off the pants, it doesn't show as badly. But it shows worse on some avatars than others. We want all of him, all of his legs here, to be as straight in the front as possible. And thankfully, I think I originally anticipated this earlier on when I had originally started making him. Bud been skipping leg day. He identifies as a stick figure. It's actually a little too much. Fiddlestick's long lost cousin. Hi, Bronx. Welcome back again. Yes, that was another big shake. Good job. Go on, baby. Go get your Grammy. You don't need to be in here. She's still bored to tears. Life is tough when you're a dog. I'm trying to decide if I want to bend his legs forward a little more, and I think I do, because it's going to have a hard time reading that. Yeah, that's straight up and down. So that is the only thing that VRChat doesn't really like, is when it's straight from the front. It does want a slight crook, so that you have a little bit of a bend in the right direction that the knee is supposed to be in. Why do these feel off now? I do kind of hate how much the bagginess of the pants are overlapping there. That is kind of what he looks like, though, when he does his whole, like, ho, 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 and then dives into the ball pit. Hold on, let me look up a picture. Okay, yeah, no, that's literally exactly what he looks like. Well, if it's good enough for steel wool. Let's apply this as the rest pose. Let me see it from all angles. And then without the pants. God, you're such a weirdo. Oh. Shit. I forgot I was going to give him a wine glass. I can still do that, but I can't give it the wine jiggle physics. Damn. Well, I mean, on PC I can, but on Quest I won't be able to. Ah, well. We're not going to worry about that right now. We need to worry about making sure our weights on Moon's sun rays are fixed, because I remember that was a problem before. Yeah, you should not have any weight painting going on there. Why was that all red a second ago, though? Okay, it's entirely tied to your head. All right, now. We do have another small issue, and that's with sun's rays and how we are going to animate them. Now, I believe I may have addressed this problem last time already, but I don't remember because it's been a while. One thing that I want him to be able to do is that when your hand comes close to proximity with his sun rays, they will slide back in and hide out of sight, out of mind. Just kind of like tuck in, anticipating that touch. And I can do that with a combination of both of these bones. I can shrink them as well. But I'm not sure the best way. That and animating these is going to be a nightmare. I don't know if maybe I should go for a shape key. Let's try it. Retract A. What I'm going to do is make a shape key to retract each individual one. I do it a variety of different ways to hopefully make them look better. Nope, don't like that. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Retract B. And the sad thing is we're probably gonna have to delete the sun rays off of moon and eclipse too and just copy them from sun once we get this kind of set up, because we don't really want any of them to have variations that are separate from his. Have you ever done face rigs? I have not. I mean, yes and no. I've rigged up bones to the faces to create blend shapes, but for the most part, I try and design them in a way that, like, actually, this one's a really good example. So he has 2 different mouth poses, and everything kind of is involved with that. So, like, he can do, here are his set expressions. We've got just a raised brow. We've got, let me turn off the armature so you can see it better. But we got, like, just a little happy face. Ignore his teeth poking through here. That's another shape key I gotta turn on. I don't have his eyelids involved in a lot of these shapes because they're going to be separate. A lot of it is just his eyebrows and his eyes themselves, because the mouth is animated on a separate thing for when he's talking and whatnot. And there's his frowny face. We can retract that panel at any point to show the teeth. But it's all compatible with his visemes. Ah. Ch. Ooh. And so are the teeth. Oh, I forgot I have a closed mouth form. That's cursed. That should never happen. But yeah, the visemes all still work with the panel closed too. Ch. Ooh. Whoa, that's a doubled up on that. Why did it do that? Ooh. He's got quite a few eyelid expressions too that I just don't have available with his other expressions because I have them separated for MMDs. So like he can have a downward blink. This is just the one eye for right now. He can have top lids closed, angry, both lids and a happy closed, center flat closed, downward closed, angry squint, upturned squint, unimpressed, sad. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm a big fan of this face. Somewhere in here, he's also got like heart-shaped eyes. That might be in the pupil section. It's easier to see this as moon. Hold on. Yeah, he's got stars for eyes. We've got hearts. He's definitely been a passion project. This is one that was for me. I was making him to sell for others, but this is one that I just wanted to make in general for myself. Just to test what I can do, what I'm capable of. Figure out what I wanted out of it. Oops, that's not right. All right, back to your sunray shape keys. It's funny, for the Poppy Playtime avatars that I've been doing, I keep asking myself, why do I have zero interest in doing a stylized Dr. Sawyer? Because you would think that I would really, really, really want to do that. Admittedly, it's just because he's such a complicated design. Like, I love his robotics parts so much. I don't want to skimp out on them if I'm going to do them. And I'm just now realizing this probably isn't going to be the way this works because of our bones. But I'm going to go ahead and continue making all of these shape keys regardless, just on the off chance that we can still use them for something. Could be that he escaped, but he had to rebuild his body on a budget. Man, I don't even know how I would come up with any kind of redesign for Sawyer. Because, like, he's already the perfect design. Like, all of his joints and stuff are designed in a way that absolutely can be done in my style without having to change the joints themselves. But it'd be so much work, man. So many constraints for every single piston. All right, let's give them a test. A, B. You know what? Let's leave them all in. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. I don't like that some of these are sticking out more than others. I guess I should really just pull them all inside. Problem is, I don't want them to shrink. And that's what I am doing with them right now to make this effect work. Hmm. I actually like how that's so much more even. Crap. All right, let's delete all the ones that we just did. I have a better plan. Wait, I have a better plan to catch this big red lobster man. Ray A. Ray B. Ray C. D. Oh, wow. Have a positive thought. When making something, don't worry about making it realistic. It's your art and your world. Oh, it's your art and world you made. Physics don't have to apply. That is very, very true. Thank you very much for that. It is a difficult thing to remember sometimes. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the retract all that we have, which all of them are even in, and I'm going to affect one by one each of these individual rays that we have just selected and put on their own separate vertex groups. So, ray A, and we'll make a new shape from this. Retracted A. B. Oh, hello? Don't crash on me, please. Thank you.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
That is a good idea. There we go. I'm going to skip this song. This one bothers me for whatever reason. It's something about the cadence of her voice. I also realize this is not my usual playlist. It's one that we have used before, but it's not the one that I thought it was. All right, that's all of our individual now. So we have our usual fully retract, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. Cool. Why do they tilt back like that? Interesting. Was there something else active? Or is that just how that has always been? This is very redundant because I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to use these shape keys when there is weight painting attaching these to bones that are going to have to be in place. Bleh. Overthinking it. We will save him. And we will go ahead and export him. Because I don't know how much time we have left here. Let's check. Got about an hour left of stream after these next ads go through, which is going to go through in about 13 minutes. So, I think we have no other choice than to move over into Unity. He said confidently. All right. Minimize this. And go ahead and start opening up the Creator Companion. This might take a little bit here to get it started up because Unity is quite slow for me. I actually don't remember what folder or what project the original tests are for him. Hello, we meet again, Unity Butthole. I hope to God that they changed that image at some point, or that they change it in the near future. Emphasis on near. Oh, wow!
Speaker of the Void has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Hello, Void! How did your art stream go? Oh God, it's raining bombs. It's raining dinosaurs and bombs. Weh! Went good, good! Marked another drawing off of your Arttober, I assume? Also, I apologize. We are currently waiting for the Unity project for Smoon to open up, and it is taking its sweet time. Give me a second, I'll drop a screen cap of Mochi. Yes, please. Aww! That came out great. My gosh, you drew that fast too? That's like a whole stream for me to get to that point. Hello, Bronx. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to wait, baby, another hour. You know our time. Okay, this is not the correct project. All right, close out of this one. It's been a while. Took less than an hour too? Hell yeah! Mainly because I speedran details and such. That's good though. The faster you can get yourself to go through that stuff, the better. Eventually that stuff will catch up. Remind me, does Popple ever actually hit the corner? He is supposed to. According to the person who made the prefab, if he hits the corner at exactly the correct way, he's supposed to freeze and not move away from it. But the person who created it was never able to actually get it to hit the corner to test whether or not that worked. Bronca, you're getting very pushy. Can I get this project open so I can be sure it's the right one, and then we'll go whatever you need? I'm probably going to have to step away, unfortunately, and take the DOG OUT. Luckily, we've got our next break coming up in about 6 minutes here. And the problem is we're using the older Unity file. So I am going to have a lot more spillage over from other projects or work in progress things that I was testing, weird amalgamations, weird particle systems, just things that I was experimenting with. Unity, please open. Well, while this is struggling to open up, I'm going to go ahead and jump to our away screen since we've got about 5 minutes before the ads start. And once they do get started, that way we can just kind of skim through them and I can get Bronx all settled in so that she's not going to be causing a problem for the next hour. I will see you guys momentarily. Enjoy the music. Oh, wow. Hello, everyone. Sorry that took a hot minute there. Bronx has been very bored all day. And now that Mom is home and she has been allowed to go outside, she's decided that it is time for, like, the super ultra mega zoomies. Needless to say, it's taking a little bit to kind of work her into, hey, it's time to go to bed mode. But I am back. I am here to finish up our final 40 minutes. We'll see how far we can get with this. Hello, Kevin. Hope all is well. Yeah, all has been fantastic today. Oh, wow. Oh, Cherry. Thank you so much. It was dog day, wasn't it? You and your long leggy boys. Oh my god, if you do any kind of like custom cherry bear version, like a Smiling Critters cherry bear, that'd be hilarious. Actually, Cherry, if you wouldn't mind, I would love to have your feedback on the project itself, like when you actually like import it and do anything with it, whether or not anything is set up weird or if I could improve upon it in any way. I would absolutely love that. If you wouldn't mind. I'm never really confident about when I export these packages. Yes, I have migrated to the left side. Not this whole day, but just for while we're here working in Unity, because this side of the window over here... Actually, you can't see my mouse at all, can you? Hold on. Capture cursor. There we go. So this side of Unity tends to have, like, all of the folders of your computer and whatnot. And some people can dox themselves with that if they're not careful. I don't really have anything on here tied to me personally, aside from just, like, you know, I use Moss for everything, so I don't have, like, my real name in here anywhere. But I may have some projects that are just a work in progress that I may not be ready to reveal yet. I don't know. That's not really true. There's nothing I haven't already talked about. It's just a mess. This is my fuck up project where I'm just literally throwing things together and testing out what can work and what can't. So there's kind of like garbage everywhere. In fact, Smoon's folder I don't think I've looked at in quite a while. I don't even know which ones these are. These are the first tests. Smoon 42. We are on Smoon 52 now. All depends on if I even want to do any edits or personalized version. At the very least, just wanted to support. Thank you so much, Cherry. I really, really do appreciate that. Y'all, I am so thankful to have bumped into Cherry at any point in my life here, because I have learned so much just from watching what Cherry has created and being able to occasionally ask some questions here and there. I try very hard not to bombard Cherry with that, though, because I really want to learn on my own. And I don't want him to feel like, you know shit. You know a lot of shit, and I don't want you to feel like that's all I'm here for, is to just go up to you and be like, how do I do this? In fact, Cherry, can I plug New Dawn? I know you're not really working on New Dawn as much. You've got some other secret projects and stuff that you've been tending to. But I still feel like New Dawn is, like, one of my favorite things that you've made. Wait. Hell yeah! Okay, so if you ever get a chance to, and you're curious, this world here, this is an amazing world that Cherry made. And this world began as, like, kind of a collective idea mashed together thought process. Because there used to be a fairly popular go-to FNAF-esque world that ended up disappearing, and the community with that still kind of wanted to fill that void. And Cherry was able to come together and take a lot of the ideas from that community and start mashing them into this great big FNAF-inspired but completely original map, unlike any other world that I've really encountered. It's not linear. There's all these tunnels and whatnot that lead to the different levels, and it's a very unique design and very, very cool, very beautifully executed. And there's a lot of additional assets and whatnot that friends and friends of friends have been contributing to it to just kind of help build on it. It's a huge project, and I think that everyone involved with it should be really proud of it. As much. Just released an update last month. What did you update? I think I even... How do thing? Before I upload it tomorrow, I made a color variation for a character in my set based on your colors, if that's okay. Aww! That is absolutely okay, Kevin. I'm excited to see. That's awesome. Such a fun project just to chip away at every couple of months. I still gotta finish up those puppets to throw at you if you still wanted to do anything with them. I don't know if I ever showed you what I had. Do I still have them on this computer? Let's find out real quick. Oh my god, I do. He's so ugly! Oh no! Okay, hold on. I gotta show you guys this. This is old. This is very old. I don't remember when I even made this. But I had this thought process for I wanted to do these dumb little hand puppets for one of Cherry's worlds. And where you could like stick your hand in the middle and grab this bar and that would like open their mouth. And I wanted them to just like have floppy arms, floppy head, floppy ears, just overall like look really stupid and kind of creepy. And they're so dumb looking. You could easily repaint these to be other characters too. Maybe I will go back and work on them sometime. They were fun. Oh god, I don't even want to know what the topology looks like. Oh, that can be fixed. That can be done so much better. Holy shit. Yeah, no. Nah, I can fucking overhaul this like crazy now. Yeah, that's a project for another time, but I forgot about those for a while, and they seem really fun. I'm probably gonna go back to them very soon. Makes me think of Funtime Freddy. Yeah, it does look a lot like Bon Bon. It'd be very easy to recolor it into Bon Bon. But we're not here for them. Let's close out of Psy and Blender just to help things run better. We don't have a whole lot of time left for the evening. I feel like I should ask permission before using the public available Minimoth avatar? Absolutely no, go right ahead. The public ones, all of my avatars have a public version. And that is because it is a different version than the final paid-to-use version. But no, if it's public, it's for your use. You have fun with it. You do what you want with it. I don't give a damn. They exist for yourself to feel at home in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just make a new folder in here. New Smoon. I'm going to start dropping his files in here real quick. What did I say this version was? 52. We probably won't get very far into this. We'll probably just get around to playing with the fizz bones a little bit. That's a lot of PNGs. Right. And let's go ahead and extract your materials so we can start setting those up. Oh, he a chonky boy. Let's turn that old one off. We don't need that out yet. Put you up here. Oh. Hi. Jesus, you're horrifying. Okay. Interesting. What is the gray one? You shouldn't have a light gray one. Hmm. Oh, no, hold on. Your MMDs are going to be broken. No, they're not. I was smart. All right, let's set everything to the new tune shader. I do like that shader a lot as just like a quick throw together. New tune. God, it really was a major upgrade from the previous. Why is that way? What is... Oh. Why though? Oh, because you didn't have the main texture on there. Fucking weirdo. That explains why it was so pale. Wait. Hello, Autobot Medkit. How's it going? How's your spooky month so far? Don't question it. I know it's only been 2 days. It's more or less Poyomi Light, and I love it. Yeah. Being able to just choose the different shading, like if it's a matte cap, if it's flat, like that in itself really... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Just not having any shading whatsoever, though, like, oh, I didn't like that. All right, which ones? You're all missing something, aren't you? I'm gonna have to rename some of this because this is just body. Let's make a new one for each. Did I not just duplicate that? What did I just do? I saved the project instead. Moon body. You know what? No, we're going to call it body and then moon. Spooky vibes everywhere. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm excited for next week. I don't know if I'm going to have time over this weekend because we've got a lot of busyness going on IRL with this weekend. But I'm hoping I will have time to decorate the stream and get everything kind of in the spooky mood. I enjoyed decorating last year. All right. Eclipse. The way. Why will you not take that? Hello? Oh, we need to duplicate you as well. No. Moon. And eclipse. Oops. Why are there two of you? Is there any differences? I don't believe so. And we're going to have an alternate version of you, so we're going to duplicate that again. There's your face. Your face. You have the correct emissions. As do you. As do you. Okay, cool. I feel like... Let's turn off sun and moon. Actually, no, let's turn off eclipse and moon. We'll keep regular sun and moon so that we can see how well this looks. Just wanted to drop in and say hello. Have a wonderful evening. You as well, Autobot Medkit. It's very nice to see you. Oh, actually, and if you're still here, we're doing a movie on Friday in our Discord server, and you are more than welcome to join. It'll be both on VRChat and in Discord. I should probably move our message from the other layout over here for that. Let's see, hold on. Where did I put that?
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Pyrospino. All right. That's right, we were messing with the shader. We got our flat. Realistic. Boy, the lighting is just so different in Unity. I see the scrolling text, and while I am not a fan of slasher horrors, there is a gruesome one that I've seen in 2006 called See No Evil. Oh, that name does sound familiar. I will definitely look into that one. And it doesn't have to just be slasher or horror or anything. It can be cozy, it can be cartoony. We are aiming for variety here. Because I know for a fact I'm not a big fan of slashers. I'm weird when it comes to horror movies. I like the suspense. I don't like jump scares. I think that jump scares are cheap. Like, the Saw movies don't really do it for me. They're just too much, like, what is it? Torture porn? More of a monster movie horror, so things like Anaconda and Lake Placid. Oh, those are both fantastic recommendations. I don't think we've had anything kind of like monster horror. Actually, that just reminded me. Do you remember one that was about cave divers? It was these way too like overly attractive model women, but they ended up going down into some kind of cave, and then there's like all these cave creatures down in there with them. I don't know what movie that was. The Descent? Hi, Spook! I'm going to add that one to the list too and check that out to see if that's a good one. First time ever launching VRChat. The moth is freaking adorable and I love them! And yes, I'm poking around New Dawn. Have fun, Speaker of the Void! There's a lot to explore. There's so many cool little details too. Favorite being Anaconda 2, The Hunt for the Blood Orchid. And The Thing. Yes, The Thing is a good one. There was a cleanup game coming out called Kaiju Cleanup Simulator. I think that you would enjoy. That sounds cute. Admittedly, I kind of like this realistic shading. Let me move the sun, though, so it's not directly in, like, above him. Oh? Does it not matter? It does not matter. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe it does a little. Okay. Oh, wait, sun. Okay, so it's just going to project that from all directions. I don't hate this. It might be a little harsh, but I don't hate it. Yes, the thing from Fantastic Four. Call of Horror summoned me. You clean up dead bodies of monsters after they are killed. You rip apart and clean up the scene. Oh, that sounds fun! It's like a whale fall, but for people. You need movies? I've got plenty on file here on my computer. I can stream for you during movie night. I appreciate that. I've had a couple people offer, and I'm not opposed to any of that, but it is really just a matter of what we're able to find with our resources combined. I would absolutely love to have other people do hosting from time to time, because we do have a lot of Fridays this month. And this is something that I would love to continue after Spooky Month. Probably not 2 movies every Friday, but I would like to get at least 1 Friday a month where we do a group movie night. Mess around some good note that you can also paint your own custom shadow ramp for the shading on the Toon Shader. I don't know anything about shadow ramps, but that is very good to know. I will look into that because that sounds like it would be an answer to quite a few of my problems. It doesn't appear to be doing a whole lot. Oh wait, I'm on the sun settings, never mind. I'm over here thinking I'm still in the material. Give me this. This is what I want. You as an artist, I'm looking for any inspiration for a design for a possible human form of my Spino. I have the skin idea and my Spino sail being a cape. Oh, that's a cute idea. I just need to decide on an outfit to wear. I've been looking for any human hybrids of Pokemon for Alligator, but not many results. It's probably less so about trying to find a reference that's similar to the creature that you'd like, and more so your own personal style that you'd like to go for. Because my first instinct for trying to come up with an outfit that would be able to translate as, like, dinosaur would be something kind of along the lines of cyberpunk-esque. Something that could have a lot of ropes and, not ropes, like belts and dangly bits and things that could be used to accent the shapes of, like, you know, like my shoulder stripes here could have a couple of belts or something. Getting kind of crazy with it. But that also is a very, very different vibe than what some people would like to go for. Yeah, very Kingdom Hearts, yeah. Oh, what? Wait! Why is the pit so much deeper on this screen? Who took my picture down here? What the fuck? Left equals full shadow, right? Create a gradient to control how soft, sharp, or tinted it is from there. Oh, I did play around with that once before. I don't remember where. Maybe it was on the, I don't remember where. It might have been when I was messing around with it while I was working on NEP with Poyomi. I think that redeem caused stream to lag for me. It causes the bit rate to get very upset. The bit rate is essentially how many times the pixels have to refresh to do something new, which is why things like the static in a lot of video games are very not stream friendly. Anything that has any kind of white noise is just like instant bitrate destruction. I was running around New Dawn and that legit fucking spooked me. Alright, let's not mess around too much with these shaders. I want to throw some of these Fizzbones in place on him. We don't have a whole lot of time left here. For your games and art, I would suggest a new channel, Point Redeem. Save, save, save. We do actually have a reminder to save. It is the voice of Homestar Runner. Here he is.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
What I do like about this shader, though, is that it makes it very difficult to see his pupils. I really wanted to make sure that at a distance, he looks like he does not have pupils, at least his sun. Let's see how Moon looks. Pretty okay. Again, we're gonna have to mess with the body. I don't like how grayed out it feels. The emissions do kind of drown things out a little bit too. All right, and then we'll look at Eclipse. We have him with the arm glowy bits. And then we have an alternate without the arm glowy bits. I don't know. They're growing on me. I may not use that alternate after all. Yeah, I don't think I will. Never seen the FNAF movie? Is it good? Oh, yeah. They did a very good job at making it approachable for people who don't know anything about FNAF. I mean, the only thing that you're going to need to know going into it is that animatronics shouldn't be trusted, I suppose. Kind of a given with the franchise. Kind of new to FNAF as a concept. I know the characters and a tiny bit of the lore. Don't worry, nobody truly knows the lore. And if they claim to, they're Matt Pat or lying. Like Springtrap, I recently learned that he is actually a discarded Bonnie. Technically? But you see, there is a difference between Bonnie and Spring Bonnie. And there's a difference between Bonnie and Withered Bonnie and Toon Bonnie or whatever, Toy Bonnie, and all these different, there's a million different kinds. There's no fucking logic. All right, let's add your avatar descriptor. Why did you take that from the accessories? Oh dear. I don't like that you're struggling with that. Oh, I'm dumb. I never set his armature up. Is Bonnie purple or blue? Yes. Sometimes I don't even think Scott knows. No, he definitely doesn't, and he's openly admitted that multiple times. That's the worst part. Like, one of the games, there's like this mysterious box or some shit. And it's like the whole point of the game is to figure out what's in this box, I guess. And then at the end, you never find out what's in the box. And then when interviewed about the box, Scott forgot what was supposed to be in it. So now no one knows? I forgot, yeah. Just he is the embodiment of I forgot. Indigo, then. No, it depends on the version and the lighting. I love to see what random bones it decides to pick to autofill things. So Unity can be a very smart program sometimes. Right now is not a good example of that because it's decided that out of all of the bones in this creature, that the ray of his left sun ray here, this one, that's his eyeball. That is specifically his left eye. But his right eyeball, that's fine. That's actually the right eye. Oh, and his jaw, that's the hat. That's just the whole hat. Hello, Ariel. Box has a bit of string in it. Recently learned that the true ending of Security Breach, that the true ending is one where Glamrock Freddy is dismantled by the security bots and Gregory calls out to dismantle Vanny. Makes sense for the FNAF Security Breach ruin. Yeah, did we ever actually get the confirmation on which one the quote-unquote correct ending was, or if any of them were? Because, truthfully, the endings that we were offered with Security Breach are in themselves a mystery, since Burn Trap wasn't supposed to be a part of the game at all. That was considered the actual ending for a really long time, but then when Ruin came out, it kind of overhauled and changed everything. If I recall, the true ending was the best ending / saving Vanessa ending. I feel like that would make more sense because they're trying really hard to, like... I don't know what they're doing with Vanny or Vanessa, but they really want Vanessa to come back into it. I think Ruin ran off of that ending. Yeah. And of course, we never really get the explanation of Ruin's ending either. Poor Cassie. Okay, good. It did pick all of the correct fingers. All right, Smoony boy. Give me your eye bones. I do have to go in and mess with the limitations of his eyes, because I was having an issue with the MMDs in some worlds, where it would, like, overextend his eyes. And I don't know if that was just certain MMDs or his limitations. Oh my god, you've got so many fucking shapes, dude. I hope we do in the next game. I'm excited for the next game. I don't know what they're going to give us. If it's going to be about Fall Fest, if it's going to be a continuation from wherever Cassie's story leaves off. It's really up in the air right now, though. Have they teased anything? Like, I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up with much in the way of FNAF updates since the movie, I think. Or no, since Secret of the Mimic came out. I don't know if we want him to blink or not. I don't think so. I think we're going to leave it blank for now, because I think I want to add in an idle blink myself. That way it won't accidentally clip his expressions. Too early for them to tease anything? True. Secret of the Mimic still kind of recently came out. That's right, I keep forgetting that was at the beginning of this year. Left a video in show and tell. Yeah, pretty much. I do think if they do anything else, they're probably going to do another Help Wanted. Mostly just because A, they've already got assets that they can use for that. And B, it would be nice to just have like a DLC add-on to Help Wanted 2 or something like that that includes a portion for the Mimic and the costume manor. Like, I feel like we could do something in the workshop, assembling one of the mascot costumes or something. That'd be a fun little filler game kind of thing. Now, if only we can get the bite of 87. I think it had to do something in FNAF 2 or 4. Well, I think it was confirmed that Mangle was the bite of 87. Because we all wanted to say that it was Golden Freddy and the Crying Child. But I don't know if that was ever... I think that was too late after 87. Hope says that Mega Cat's working on another book game like ITP to fill in between Secret of the Mimic and the next. Yeah, that'd be cool. And whatever happened to the kart racing game that they were working on? I loved the art style that they did for that one. That was really cute. All right, let me go grab some of these Fizzbone scripts on the other Smoon. I don't think there are any that we're going to need to turn off and on, other than maybe the hat. That is still in development. I heard that the crying child in FNAF 2 was bullied, having his head in Freddy's mouth, but at the same time there is a mangled... Oh, there is Mangle, but at the same time again, Foxy has a mouth issue. Scott must be like, it's up to the player to decide if it's canon. Yeah, no, that's like 100% of what all of the lore is. Flaff has their release date set to next year, so who knows? What is Flaff? Five laps at Freddy's, I see. Oop! Ah! Our final ads are coming up! I've been too busy yapping this time. That's okay, we're all having a good time with the conversation. Just name it the Roxy's Raceway game. Yeah, I mean, that would work. It's still a really odd game to me, considering it's a click team game and they're doing it in Unreal.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Wow.
Did
Hello,
you remember
Rosie.
to save all of your files?
Thank you for the hydrate and reminder to save, my dear. Now get ready to be thrown into advertisement baby jail, because our ads are going to play any minute here. And these are our last ads of the night. And that being said, I should prepare to throw you guys over at somebody else. Now, I know we've been doing art all day today, and I've got a couple other people who are also doing art that I can throw you at, but I want to hear from you guys. We've been looking at this nonstop, and it's been kind of boring. Would you rather go see someone playing a game? There's a couple different people who are playing some spooky games right now. Oh, there go our ads. New bite, another Spino. Oh, I'll definitely go check them out myself. Oh my god, they've got such a cute Spino Avi. I would throw them at this new person, however, they are playing Warhammer. And I've got a couple friends here who are already playing some spooky games that I feel like are more appropriate for spooky season right now. I'm sorry, I do want to read out to them though, so I am going to follow them as soon as we are done here. Because I would love to get to know them better. They have an absolutely adorable character. I'm going to post a color variant in ArtShare in a second here, just to give you a heads up. Okay, cool. I would keep going with this, but I feel like the vibe is just not there. I'm tired. I don't really want to keep chipping away at this, especially since it's all the Unity work now. We'll go ahead and just save. I'm very excited to get him uploaded as a test, though. Especially, I want to see how his legs work out. Thank you, baby! We've got 1 minute left of our ads, and afterwards we will start to wrap things up.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Spino. All right, how spooky are we feeling tonight? On a scale of 1 to 10. Because I'll be honest, those are the two options. We have fun spooky and legit spooky. And I would like to know if there's a preference among you. And the other one I've got is Pocket doing Chronos. That's right, it's Pocket's birthday month, isn't it? Void feels sleepy, not spoopy. I'ma head out and dip. Good night. Good night, Void, just as a quick reminder before you pop out, I'm blue screening as we speak. I haven't eaten in a bit. I'm a bit hungry. But, just as a reminder, tomorrow is our first spooky movie night. I'm actively having a stroke. We are having a spooky month movie night tomorrow. We should actually, I have one little thing I need to check before we do that. Yes, okay, so we should be starting the movie at our usual stream time. So I'm going to say roughly between 5 and 6. We're going to aim for 5, but I expect to have some complications getting everything set up, so it's going to be more realistically towards 6 for our first movie. Our second movie is going to be closer towards 8, but we're going to have to see how it goes with the time frame of the movies themselves. Sometimes the first movie might be a little longer than that, so we might have to push the second movie back, blah, blah, blah. You get the gist. But that will take place in the Discord and on VRChat. You are more than welcome to join us on either side. It does not matter to me. And you can bring a friend if you want. Just make sure that you let them know this is a group thing. This is meant to be enjoyed by a multitude of people. So I would ask for some respect and just be kind to one another. Don't talk over the movie the entire time. don't go into it expecting people to be completely silent the whole time. We are going to be able to chit-chat and make jokes and whatnot. But I will explain that more in detail as we get to it tomorrow. Do my best to drop in depending on the movies. I'm a wimp when it comes to scary movies. That is perfectly fine. I just wanted to make sure you knew that the invitation was there and was available for you. Let's get our raid up and running here. I think, as much as I would love for us to indulge in the super scary game that our beloved Vapor Skull is playing, you guys would get a much more entertaining time from watching Frosty play Repo. I'm not gonna lie, I've missed Repo. So we might be playing some of that ourselves fairly soon. And here's our raid message. You can copy and paste that once you arrive. Totally up to you. It is not mandatory. But we've already kind of glossed over this. Again, we have our movies going on this Friday and every Friday throughout Spooky Month. And our regularly scheduled streams are 2D Tuesdays. Our Wacky Wednesdays are now our Wicked Wednesdays. And our 3D Thursdays, as per usual, we start at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and we usually end around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Same for the movies. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and call this a stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I have really appreciated your company, and you have made this week absolutely fantastic. If you can't join us for the movie this Friday, I hope that you're able to have some kind of fun, spooky festivities yourself, and that you have a fantastic weekend. I love you all very much. Goodbye!